Hello, I'm Mrs H. You can find my patterns at www.mrs-h.com or find me on social media at Sewing Patterns by Mrs H. In today's video, we're going to be sewing the Buddy backpack. I've got 3 different versions here to show you. They're all exactly the same on the outside, except that for one of them I've used a contrast for the flap. The other 2 are all in one fabric. I'll show you the inside view as well because there's loads of features in this backpack. I just thought I'd show you this view so you could get a bit of an idea of scale of the bag, of the backpack. Move these 2 out of the way. I think this one coordinates best with my outfit, so not that it really matters. I'll show you this one. So it's got backpack straps on the back and a short handle on the top, and I'll pop this on just so you can get a sense of how big this bag is. So this is it on me. I've got the straps fairly short. Let's make them a little bit longer, a little bit more comfortable to wear then. So that's the Buddy backpack. There we go. Okay, so as you can see on the backpack straps and the short handle, while I'm wearing this bag as a backpack with the backpack straps on, that short handle has just pulled down inside the back of the bag there. Okay, so it's not going to poke up and be the main feature of your bag while you're wearing it. Okay, so let's have a little look at it a little bit closer as well. So this is the back view of the backpack, and you've got the backpack straps here. These are attached to bottom connectors, triangle shape, and then the short handle is attached onto these tabs. So we've got a tab combo with your backpack strap and your short handle on there. So when you're carrying your backpack by the short handle, you'll see that these backpack straps pull up and go slightly shorter, and when you're wearing it on the back, the short handle will just pull down. So instead of sitting quite so high, it will sit down a little bit lower, a little bit more comfortable. Right, let's have a little look inside. Oh, hang on, before I change views. So I've got this one in my mustard and gunmetal. I've used the metal edge trim, which is optional for this pattern. This one's from Emmeline. It's the size A large pointed. I've also used Emmeline hardware on the back, the gunmetal colour, and I've got a little label on the front there as well. And then my lining for this one is just a lovely swirly ochre colour, and I've used an Emmeline zip which is colour matched. And then this one, I've got a nice grunge nearly solid blender kind of fabric on the main body. As you can see, I've still got my plastic on the edge trim because I'm very clumsy and I don't want to scratch it. And then I've used a floral Rifle Paper Company flap fabric just for a bit of contrast, and I've actually used copper hardware on this one. Just it's not usually my first choice with red, but it actually looks really nice. So I've got that strap and backpack combo there. As you can see it a little bit easier on this nearly solid fabric, and you've got the triangle bottom connectors there as well. And I've got my label in the same place on this one. And then here's this one's in Rex faux leather in the metallic green, I think it is, and I've teamed it with silver nickel hardware. And this one, because it's faux leather, I've used a wide mouth slider there instead of a regular adjustable bar slider. And I've got the backpack straps, short handle. On this one, I've used the small pointed edge trim just for a little bit of contrast, a little bit different, and I've got my label on this one. So I'm going to swap to the other view and we'll have a little look inside the bag as well at the different features that we've got. Okay, so first of all, you can see the backpack strap and short handle combo there. First of all, under the flap we've got a pocket in the back here, a nice hidden pocket, and there's no bulk in the seams, the side seams or the bottom seams, because that pocket actually is hidden. It's only about that size. Okay, so that one's a nice hidden pocket there. We've got a zip top closure on this one. Where is my zip pull? Here it is. So the bag does up with a nice, and this is quite a nice minimalist zip closure on here because you haven't got the zip bridge or anything. Pulls in really nice and tight on the top there so that you can pop your flap over and have a bit of extra security there, double layer security. And then the sides of the bag pull in with these little magnetic snaps here, just to pull your bag in and give it that nice shape there. And once I snap it up, I like to sort of squidge the sides in just to give it that nice shape, and then with a flap over. This is slightly greener than it looks on camera, but it still looks nice on camera. Okay, so once you've unzipped it, you can choose to undo these snaps just to give you a bit of wider access into the bag. We've got a key hook there, and that goes into its own little pocket just here for your keys to pop into. And then this big bit at the front there, that is padded and is big enough to take most laptops. We will need to confirm the size of that for you so that you can check whether your laptop will fit in that padded section, and it fits just between the box corners. Okay, so it doesn't go right the way to the edge, so you can still do up these snaps on each side there with your laptop in. And then on the end here, just next to the laptop pocket, we've got two little pen slots just there. So on this front panel, well actually on my other one I've put it on the back panel, but on this one panel you've got two pen slots, a laptop or folder pocket, and a little slot for your keys to hang down into. And then on this panel we've got a zipped pocket. That's a large zip pocket, and I've added a contrast colour to the back of my pocket, and the instructions for that are in the pattern, so you can have a different colour on the back of your zip pocket. I've also got a slip pocket in there, and then most exciting, I've got a, see if I can turn it around so you can actually see it on the camera, got a little bottle sleeve in the bottom there. So that's open at the bottom, it's just sewn into the side seam, a little bottle sleeve so that you can carry your coffee or your water bottle without worrying that that's gonna tip out. I haven't got a bottle here with me because of poor planning, but I'll pop my screwdriver case in there just so you can see how that sits. So there's a little space for your coffee or your water bottle, your laptop or folder, all of your bits and pieces. And on the back here, you've got a nice big pocket if you want to bring a book or an e-reader or something like that, or your phone, you can add that in. So that is the Buddy Backpack inside little tour. This video it's not a quick video, I'll be honest, but it is quite an enjoyable bag to make, so I really do hope that you make it with me. All the pattern requirements are in the pattern, and there's lots of different instructions in there as well, all the measurements and things. I'll run through everything in the video with you now, but why don't you go ahead and get your materials and we'll get started. Right, let's look at our stabilizers first. So we're going to add our Decaville light to the center of each of our foam panels. If you can see that, I've just fused that into the center, so there's a nice little gap around the outside. So I'm going to do that for my flap pieces and two main panel pieces. So that's the full height. So I've got my Decaville light and I've fused it to my foam stabilizer. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to sandwich that Decaville light in between the foam and our fabric. Okay, so grab your interfaced fabric, and this is my exterior fabric, and we're just going to pop that on top, matching up all the edges nice and neat, and then give it a nice smooth out. I'm going to add some pins around the outside. We're going to baste this on to our exterior fabric. So we've got that Decaville light sandwiched in between, and that will give us the strength and the stability of having both Decaville light and foam, but any wrinkles will be hidden in between the layers. So if you're used to using Decaville Light and find that occasionally you get wrinkles when you turn it through or it comes separated, this is a great alternative option. Just have it sandwiched in between. All right, so now we're going to sew all the way around the outside. We're going to use 1/4 inch or 6mm seam allowance on our longest stitch length. Literally just going to go all the way round. So I'm going to start with my needle down so that if I need to readjust my hands, I can. And go to the corner. Lift your presser foot and carry on round. Oh, I've gone a bit too far. That's okay. Just carry on going. Okay, and just take a bit of care over the point of your flap. And this is the same throughout the pattern, because if you are using that optional edge trim, the metal edge trim, then you want to know that that is going to be a nice accurate curve ready to put the metal onto. Okay, lovely, we're back where we started. So I can take this out. And we can take our pins out now as well. And try and minimise how many times I catch myself on pins today, because I ended up with various plasters across my hands the other day where I wasn't really paying attention. Right, now we'll turn this panel over and we're just going to pull that foam back away from the exterior fabric and pop your scissors in. I sort of have my scissors a bit horizontal really. And we're just going to snip away the excess foam from the seam allowance. And I'm pulling the exterior fabric out of the way because I really don't want to catch that in my snipping. It doesn't matter if you catch the stitches in your snipping, but you don't want to catch the fabric. Okay. So just take your time on this one. We want to reduce the bulk, but we don't want to end up with any holes anywhere that we don't want them. Okay, so I'm just going to go around all 4 sides, just take this excess foam out. We will later try the edge trim on our flap and see if we need to trim any more away from that sort of curved pointy bit. Apex of the flap would maybe sound better, but we'll go with curved pointy bit because we all know what I mean. Okay, and then just the top edge. I'm just going to trim as much of this foam away as possible. Okay, here we go. So our flap is ready. You can also do the same to one of your foam pieces and your one single exterior main panel. Okay, your second exterior main panel will be made up of your back pocket and hidden pocket, etc. So at the moment you'll have one flap. It's a bit hard to see on when it's on, isn't it? It's like an optical illusion. Is it there? Is it not? Is it there? Is it not? I wonder if I pattern matched it, it might completely disappear. That might be easier said than done though, because of the pattern. Maybe. Okay, anyway. I forgot what I was doing now. I was having too much fun. Right, one flap and one main panel have been interfaced and stabilised with my foam and Decaville Light. And then the second main panel piece for the foam, we're going to pop that to one side for later. Okay, so you should have one with nothing on it, just the Decaville and the foam, and one with flap and one main panel. Here's one I prepared earlier. I thought it was probably going to be a bit boring for you to sit and watch me do the main panel as well as the flap, so I've done that one in advance. Okay, now we can pop those to one side for later. We'll come back to those. We're going to get started on our lining. I always think it's a bit funny, if you do your exterior first, then you've got that sense of satisfaction that you've got something to look at. But if you do your lining first, Might seem like it's going nowhere and doing nothing, but then all of a sudden it all comes together. Right, so I've got my label here in an attempt to remember to apply it to my lining. We'll see if I do. Right, so we need one of our lining main panels, and this is the full height lining main panel piece. I'm just marking my centres, which I should have done earlier, but of course I did not, because why change the habit of a lifetime, eh? Right, if I actually followed my patterns how I wrote them, I'm sure my life would be a lot easier, because I've written it there for a reason. Okay, so we need one of these lining main panels, and we also need a zip pocket facing. Okay, so that's the really thin bit there. Pop the other bits of the zip pocket away, and we're going to add this zip pocket facing onto the lining main panel. Let me check my pattern for where we're putting it. I've got the pattern with me so I can refer to it and not tell you anything incorrect and not miss anything. Okay, let's draw our box first. So we're going to draw a little box on here. That is, let me get my ruler, 1/2 inch from each long edge, and I'm just using a regular pencil for this because it's going to be hidden in my seams anyway. So I'm just drawing a line 1/2 inch from that long edge, and then flip it over, and 1/2 inch from this long edge. That's 1.2 centimeters if you're working in metric, and then 1 inch or 2.5 centimeters from each short end, and we'll end up with a nice little box. And this box should be 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimeter high, and it should be 10 inches or, hang on, 25.5 centimeters long. I've just spotted a missing C there. I can correct that before I send it out to you. Okay, so we've got our zip pocket facing. Let's also mark the center of this so I can line it up all nice and neat. And then we retrieve our lining main panel. Might turn this around so I can get access to the top of it. I'm going to line up our center marks, and we're going to pop the zip pocket facing 2 inches or 5 centimeters from the top long edge, and we've got right sides facing. Okay, so let's line this up. So I'm going to pop my ruler on the 2 inch mark, or 5 centimeters if you are in metric, and then line up my facing there. Oh my goodness, that's so smooth, so neat, lovely. And then just add a couple of pins. You can tell I'm going to have fun with my yellow pins today. I do usually choose yellow pins. I think I should probably not choose yellow pins today because my fabric is yellow and I might lose them. Right, now what we are going to do is we are going to sew around the outside of that box. Except, oh hang on, I've forgotten my box in the middle. I've forgotten my triangles in the middle. Oh, it was all going so well, wasn't it? Oh dear. Okay, so we're going to draw a line in the centre of that box, centre-ish, if your pencil's not very sharp. Draw a line in the centre and then a triangle at each end, and that's where we're going to cut through later. Imagine that was perfectly neat because I've sharpened my pencil. I don't think I've got a pencil sharpener here either. Okay, now we're going to sew around the outside of the box, and I usually start in this top edge here so that any back stitching will sort of blend into the regular seaminess. And I'm going to start with my needle down. I'm going to sew to the corner, and if I can't get quite into that corner accurately with my stitch length that I'm using, then I'm going to stop and decrease my stitch length right down so I can get into that corner accurately. Leave my needle down, lift my presser foot, pivot and carry on to the next corner. Do the same again. So you want to be able to accurately hit each of those corners. So if you need to decrease your stitch length down, do. Okay, so I'm sewing on my regular construction stitch length to start with, and I'm starting with my needle down, and I've started not even on the line. Hang on, let's move this a little bit. Let's pretend that never happened. Okay, except it's on video and everybody will know what happened. Never mind. Okay. Right, so I'm not going to back stitch at the start. I'm going to overlap a few stitches at the end. So I'm just trying to sew really accurately on that line. I'm failing to sew particularly accurately, but I am trying, so that's okay. Right, so I'm not quite in the corner, so I'm just going to decrease down to 1 stitch length to get me into the corner. That's great. Lift and pivot on the needle. And I'm going to go back to my normal stitch length. It'll take me forever to do this side edge if I was doing it all in one. And that time I've hit it accurately, so that's okay. So I've pivoted, and now we're going along this bottom edge. Aim for this corner. I'm going to decrease down again. Just take tiny little stitches to get into the corner, around the corner, and then pivot. And we're going to sew back to where we started, and I'm just going to overlap a few stitches to stop anything unraveling. Okay, and we can lift the presser foot and pull that out then. There we go, lovely. Oh, I love this fabric. It's so nice, isn't it? Okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to steam this, and I haven't got a proper ironing, well, I have got a proper ironing board actually just to the side, just off camera here. But I'm not going to use it because otherwise you won't see what's going on. So I'm just going to use this pressing mat folded up, and I'm just going to give a little press over those stitches we've done just to set them in nice and firm into that fabric. And then I'm going to pull my facing up and press away. And I'm going to go all the way along the line of stitching, okay. And then I'm going to pull my facing down and press, pushing away against the seam line, all the way along, and then each short end as well. So I'm just pressing away, and it will make that facing stand up, but that's okay. That's completely fine. Right, we'll need the iron again in a minute, so don't turn it off. And we're going to snip through along this centre line and triangles that we drew earlier. So I'm just going to make a little snip to start with. And if you've done any kind of zip pocket, then this will be familiar with you, or familiar to you. So I'm going to sew, I'm not sewing, am I? I'm cutting. Cut along that line to the point of the triangle, and then the other way as well. And it seems that all of the tips of my scissors have gone blunt, so I might have to try a couple of pairs of scissors and see which ones have got the sharpest tip. I'm going to cut up, well, definitely not those. I'm going to cut up the arms of the triangle, or the sides of the triangle, and I'm going to snip as close to that stitching as I can without actually cutting through the stitches. Okay. You can always go back in and do another couple of little snips, And I just like to pull the facing back and double check that nothing's sort of pulling too much. And if it is pulling too much, then it probably means that you haven't snipped far enough. Okay, and we'll get my little pressing mat back over. And what we're going to do is we're just going to pop this facing through that hole, or that slit that we've just made, as best you can. It is a little bit springy at this point, so it doesn't like to go through all the way too easily. I've got it most of the way, and then just gently finger roll along that seamed edge, and then we'll give it a little press. And I'm going to work in sections to make sure it's nice and neat. And I'm going to work all the way along this top edge, and then I'll do the bottom edge, and then I'll do the sides. So I find if you press from the right side of the fabric, then any creases that will form in the corners, because you are inevitably going to get creases in the corners, it's very, very difficult not to. But if you do it from this way, then you can control where those creases are. So if you do it from this side, the creases will be on the inside, on that facing, and that's going to be sandwiched between your lining main panel and your zip, so actually it won't be seen. So if you're going to get creases or little puckers, whatever you want to call them, then at least control where they're going to be so they're not seen. So that corner's nice and neat on this side, so that's ideal. That's exactly what we want. And then this side as well. Right, once we're happy with how it looks on this side, we can flip it over. You can see our facing there, and we'll just give it a little press on this side. And you might notice a few puckers on your facing, but that's okay because they are not going to be seen by anybody apart from us right now. And that's it. Okay, once you've pressed that, then we're going to pop that to one side just to set, have a little think about its actions. Although it's not been naughty, it's been very well behaved. I'm actually going to leave mine this way up to help encourage that facing to sit nice and flat. So I'm going to pop that to one side, and we need the other bits of our zip pocket. And you should have a 10-inch zip, no, a 12-inch zip, sorry. However, I've got a 18-inch zip because apparently I don't have any 12-inch zips in stock. So I'm going to use a longer zip and cut it down. Okay, you'll also need some double-sided tape. And take this label off. Well, actually, we probably don't need that label anymore, do we? Pop it to one side. Right, so you've got your zip pocket top and your zip pocket bottom. Your zip pocket bottom is not quite as tall as your zip pocket top, okay? And that's important because we need to construct this pocket in a certain way. So we need our zip pocket bottom, that's the shorter piece of fabric. Now if you've got directional fabric, follow the instructions in the pattern. It tells you upper edge, lower edge, zip pocket bottom, zip pocket top, etc. So if you've got directional fabric, I mean I've got directional fabric, but to save on fabric we've cut this one going sideways, the main panel's going up and something else going down, but I quite like it actually, it's quite nice. So yeah, if you've got directional fabric, follow the instructions in the pattern. So we are going to add a line of double-sided basting tape to the upper edge on the right side of the zip pocket bottom. So upper to you might be the other way around because you're not sewing on camera. So this to me is the upper edge. Just going to run a line of basting tape along the very top there. Snip that off. I'm just going to give it a really good press down because it's quite damp in the studio this winter. We've had terrible, terrible, terrible rainstorms all winter really, and again today. So things have gotten slightly damp from the moisture in the air. Right, now you've got the choice. If you are using a longer zip, you can either start from that end, you can start from that end, you can start from the middle, you can trim it down. I'm personally going to start from this end, and we're going to add our zip right sides up on the right side of this zip pocket bottom. And it feels wrong, I know it feels wrong, but trust me, this is the right way to do it. Okay, and then we're going to base this on. We're going to use a scant 1/4 inch, and that is around about well, 1/4 inch is 6mm, so a scant 1/4 inch will be around sort of 4.5, 5mm. And I'm using my regular stitch length. I'm going to start with my needle down. I'm going to back stitch at the start. So all the way along the top. And when I get to this zip pull, I'm going to lift my presser foot and just move that zip pull out of the way. Carry on sewing to the end and back stitch at the end. Now, I do have a very good thread cutter on this machine, but I prefer to have long thread tails for starting again. So please excuse me pulling my threads out, even though I don't really have to. Now I'm gonna just trim this zip so it's the right length. It's perfectly matched. Okay, now I've just got to remember not to pull the zip pull off the end of my zip. Right, let's get our iron back. I'm running out of space a little bit here. I think I maybe should start thinking about designing a smaller bag so I don't run out of space when I'm filming. I don't know, it's a novel option. Who knows, maybe the next one will be small. So let's retrieve our pressing mat, or go over to your ironing board if you've got an ironing board, and then what we're going to do is just flip this onto the wrong side and give that a little press. So you should have the right side of the fabric and the wrong side of the zip, and the right side of the zip and the wrong side of the fabric, if that makes any sense. Let's move that zip pull out of the way. Okay, I know it seems odd if you're used to doing it a different way. Okay, so we've got the right side of the zip and the wrong side of the fabric, and then we're going to retrieve our zip pocket top. Again, if you've got directional fabric, the pattern talks you through which edge to pop your line of tape on. I'm going to pop it on the top edge, all along the top there, line it up with the raw edge. Give that a little trim. Again, I'm going to push down really well and then peel the backing off. And I'm going to turn that round and then pop this zip on top. So you should have your right sides of your fabric facing each other and the wrong side up. Okay. And then we're going to do exactly the same. Not going to open my zip all the way. Moment of panic in my eyes there. So again, with our scant 1/4 inch or 4.5, 5mm, back stitch at the start, so all the way along this zip tape. And when you come near your zip pull, lift the presser foot and move it out of the way. And then we're just going to do exactly, oh dear, can't pick up my scissors today. I'm going to do exactly the same as we did before. Press these pieces of fabric away from the zip. Okay, so you should have the wrong side of your zip and the right side of your fabric, and the right side of the zip and the wrong side of your fabric. Okay, if you've got that, then we are on track. We are where we should be. We'll just give this a little press away from the zip. make it sit nice and neat. Move my zip pull out the way. A little bit harder to press around a zip pull, isn't it? There we go. And we can retrieve our lining main panel that we've already applied the facing to. And we want it on the wrong side. So I'm just going to zip this up again for fear of losing my zip pull off the end. Could have sewn across the end there or glued it, but I didn't. So we'll just have to be careful with it. Okay, and now we're going to add a line of basting tape to the top and bottom of this box. Right along that raw edge there. And the reason I don't put my basting tape on the zip tape is if you're not fully accurate with your lining up and your sewing, you can see the tape through the gap, and that never looks good. So it's better to pop it on the wrong side where it's not going to be seen if there is a little bit extra. Okay, let me just smooth that down for a second with the end of my spoon. That's right, my multi-purpose sewing spoon, best tool I have in my sewing kit. Just smoothing that down to make sure it's really, really nice and adhered. Okay, lovely. And then we can peel the backing off, hopefully leaving the tape behind. And then we're going to pop our zip pocket on top with the zip facing down so that the zip can be seen through this opening here in the facing. So we're going to line up the edges of our zip pocket facing and the pocket pieces, and your zip pocket top should be on the top to you. I know mine looks is upside down to me, but it should look right way up to you. So once you think you've got that aligned, flip it over, and oh my goodness, it's nowhere near aligned. I better stand up for this one. Oh no, now my trolley's attacking me. I've got a sloped floor here and I've got a trolley on wheels. It's very, very exciting at times. Okay, so I'll just maneuver that so that the zip is evenly spaced throughout through the zip pocket facing. And press down to get that to adhere onto the tape. Oh, hang on, I've got a little stray thread there. Where's that coming from? There, okay. Right, so once you're happy that that's nice and neat inside that opening, I'm changing up slightly to my top stitching stitch length, and then I'm going to sew around the outside of this box, and that will secure our zip and our zip pocket pieces in. Okay, and I'm going to start sort of down here-ish, so I'm not starting directly on a corner, but that's quite an unobtrusive place to start. So I'm going to start down there and sew all the way around, and I'm going to use the same trick for the corners as we did for sewing the facing on. So if you find you're getting close to the corners and you're not quite going to hit it, then do lower your stitch length and carry on round. Okay, I'm going to roll this up so it fits under my machine. I've got a nice wide space under here, but the main panel is slightly too big to fit under. So we're going to be sewing this at an 1/8 of an inch or 3 mil. I'm starting with my needle down, and again I haven't back stitched, I've left my thread tails long. And take your time doing this one. Just want this one to be nice and neat. And as we approach the zip pull, we're just going to stop with our needle down, lift the presser foot and pull that zip pull out of the way so that it's not in the way of our presser foot. And then we can lower the presser foot and carry on sewing to the end. Okay, now I'm nearly to the corner. That's not quite right. Let's do just a couple of tiny little stitches and see. Yep, that's great. Okay, go back up to my regular or my top stitching stitch length and see how we get on to the corner. Yep, that's great. Okay, and I'm going to move my zip pull out the way now while I think about it. And then carry on. Now, as we come back to where we started, we should have this long thread tail hanging around there. If you can, make sure your foot's nowhere near the presser foot at this point, near the foot pedal at this point. Just pull on your bobbin thread and you should get a nice little loop of top thread, and you can just pull the top thread through to the back. Okay, but make sure that your foot's nowhere near the presser foot, foot pedal, so there's no danger of stitching through your fingers. Okay, now I'm going to carry on back to where we started. Lovely, that was actually perfect spacing, so that's good. And that was as well. Gosh, must be my lucky day. Well, I get to sew a new bag, so it is my lucky day. Now I've overlapped a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to pull these threads out nice and long, and then turn over to the other side. Now I should have 3 threads at this point, and I've got 2 that I pulled through before. I think that must be from the other one. No, I'm going to tug each of them. Ah, there we go. So on this one, there's a little loop forming right at the bottom. So I'm going to pop a pin through that loop and just gently tease that thread, and that's the top thread coming through to the bobbin side. Now I can separate those into 2 groups of 2 and just tie a little knot. Be very, very gentle with these. You don't want them to break or snap before you've finished your knots. So I'm tying 3 knots just to be sure, and then I can snip that. You can add a little dab of fray check if you want to be sure, but mine is not too bad. Okay, now I haven't got any metal stoppers in my seam allowance here, so I haven't got to worry too much. If you had a metal stopper, you'd probably want to trim that off or cut it out. And now I am actually going to move my zip pull to the middle so that it's not in the way of the seam allowances. Then we're going to bring the zip pocket top, that's the longer bit, down to meet the zip pocket bottom. And I'm going to add a couple of pins to keep that in place. Okay, don't worry too much about the bit at the top just yet. And then we're going to smooth that down, and you'll end up with a little tuck at the top here. Okay, a little fold over. Now that is, believe it or not, intentional, so that your pocket has got a little bit of body to it. So when you put things into your pocket, the strain is going to be on the pocket as a whole. It's not going to be pulling this top bit down too much, because otherwise you might find that your lining sags inside. Okay, so there should be a little pleat at the top. I'm going to use some clips for this, I think. I better turn the page on my pattern. The problem is, see, I get carried away, forget to check the pattern, and then I do something wrong and I've got to go back and pretend it never happened. Okay, just add some clips. It's funny, isn't it? You wouldn't think I could do anything wrong when it's my own pattern. I should know where it's going, but there we go. Okay, now we are going to leave a turning gap in the bottom here. Okay, we're going to stitch up both sides, and we're going to leave the bottom completely open. Okay, what you can do if you want to is baste across the bottom, so that and then steam press the stitches and remove them, so we've got a line of stitch holes to follow later when we come to close our turning gap. This is going to be the turning gap for for the bag. Okay, so we only want to be sewing through these pocket pieces. You can either sew from this side and just flip the lining back out of the way like so, or you can sew from this side and flip the lining back out of the way there. I think I'm going to do from this side today, if it will fold back. Okay, and we're going to back stitch at the top and at the bottom of each side. I'm using my regular construction stitch length. Just flip this lining out of the way however you need to. And I'm going to back stitch at the bottom. Now I'm going to back stitch as far as my seam allowance. Okay, and then lift my presser foot and pivot. And because I can on my machine, I'm going to change my stitch length up to my basting stitch before I carry on sewing all along the bottom. Okay, and then change back to my construction stitch length and pivot. And then first I'm going to reverse, so back stitch all the way to the bottom of that panel and then up. So I'll end up with the sides, both sides, we're back stitching the top and the bottom, and the bottom edge just basted across. There we go, lovely. Okay, so when we come to close that turning gap, I'll have a line of stitches along the bottom there to follow. Before we go any further, I'm just going to press the stitches along the bottom there so that I know that I've done that. So when we come to unpick those, I'm not going to unpick them actually until later on in the process, till nearly the end. When I come to unpick them, I'll know that it's going to leave behind a little line of stitch holes. Okay, right, so that's our zip pocket done. If you open it up, you should be able to see your nice contrast fabric there, or your exterior fabric, depending on what fabric you've used, and you're going to see that every time you open your zip pocket. So on the front I've got my lining fabric, which is not the bit you're going to see really. If you go into your pocket, you're going to see that nice contrasty fabric. Right, now don't be tempted to zip it up again like I was tempted to. We are going to add our extra bits and pieces, pockets and things. So we can pop this to one side for the moment and get hold of your K pattern pieces. So this is K1 and K2. I'm just going to have a little drink. Do too much talking while I do these videos. Okay. So K1, our slip pocket, exactly the same height but slightly longer, and the bottle sleeve K2, same height but slightly shorter. So we're going to start on our slip pocket K1. I'm going to fold this in half, right sides together, and this should form a 12" by 4.5" or 30.5 by 11.5 centimetre rectangle. I'll try and line my edges up. You can, if you're making this for yourself, you can always change the size of the pocket depending on what you're going to store in it really. This is quite a shallow pocket, so if you want to store a phone, you could maybe change that, make it slightly higher. Your choice. Okay. Right, so we're going to sew all the way around the outside, leaving a turning gap in one edge, probably the bottom edge because it's nice and big. I am going to baste across, so I'm going to start at the top here, and I'm going to back stitch. Then I'm going to sew down around the corner, and I'm going to back stitch. Then I'm going to increase my stitch length to my basting stitch length and sew across. Change back down to my construction stitch length and do some back stitching here. So to the corner, pivot, up the side and back stitch at the top. So I'll end up with back stitching at both sides at the top and both sides of the turning gap, and stitching down the side here, and then basting stitches just along the bottom there. Okay, let's check the seam allowance. We are using our regular seam allowance. That's fine. So I'm going to back stitch, sew to the corner and pivot, and back stitch, change up to my basting stitch length, keep the same seam allowance and sew across that turning gap. That's a huge turning gap, much bigger than it needs to be, but that's okay. Change back down to my regular construction stitch length, and we're going to back stitch and sew to the corner, lift the presser foot and pivot, carry on round and back up to the top and back stitch again at the top. Okay, lovely, nice and neat. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take some of the bulk out of these corners. So I like to snip across, straight across to start with, and then take a longer angle snip further into the seam allowance. Take a nice long snip out of each top corner. Oh, that was a very nice long snip. And then these bottom corners, take a one and then a second snip. Okay, so you've reduced all of that bulk out of those corners. We'll give our turning gap a nice little press to help us fold along those stitch holes later. And then we need to unpick these stitches to get our turning gap. I shouldn't have left such a big turning gap, it's huge. I guess it's not like I haven't unpicked large areas before, so that's okay. I wonder if I could get away with just that, so let's have a go. This whole bottom edge will be stitched into place, so don't worry too much about the fact that it's got basting stitches. There we go. Right, so now we need to poke out these corners with a tool like the end of a spoon or crochet hook or a point turner. If you've got the proper tool for the job, that's perfect. Just very nice and gently, you don't want to push your stitching out and create holes. And I like to also just run the end of my spoon along the seam there, and that makes sure that that's nice and pushed out, and you're going to get a really lovely seam there. Okay, and the other side. There we go. Right, so give that a nice little flatten, and we can give that a press. And I'm only going to press the top and the side edges at the moment. I don't want to catch that turning gap just yet, because I want to make sure that that's folded under properly before I press that. Right, once you're happy that the rest of it is nice and neat, you can just fold along those original stitch holes and then give that a nice press. They should line up pretty well. Okay, lovely. Right, now I'm going to top stitch. So I'm going to change up to my top stitch in stitch length. I'm going to top stitch at 1/8 of an inch or 3 mil from this top folded edge, not the not the edge with the turning gap, the top folded edge. Hang on to my thread tails as I go. Okay, and then because I haven't back stitched. It's one of those days today, getting all my words wrong. Okay, so I'm just going to tie a couple of little knots into these 2 threads just to stop it unraveling. And they won't be seen because they're going to be sewn into the top stitching where we attach it to our lining. And actually my slip pocket fabric is exactly the same as my lining fabric, so it will practically disappear apart from being sideways. Okay, there we go. Right, so let's retrieve the same lining piece that we put our zip pocket in, and I'm going to pin the zip pocket up out of the way for the minute, just so we're in no danger of catching that in any of my stitching. Okay, that one's done. We can forget about that. Now, to place this, let's have a look. We are going to pop this 6.5 inches or 16.5 centimeters from the bottom raw edge of the main panel. I've just got a loose thread there. Let me just pull that out. I wonder if I can tuck it in. No, I should just trim it off, shouldn't I? Okay, there we go. So I'm going to line up my centre. So I've got the bottom edge, the centre point there marked. So I just need to find the centre of my pocket. So let's line that up. I'm going to line up the white line on my ruler. There we go. And then I'm just going to fold my pocket in half, find the centre point. Oh my goodness, it's completely disappeared. I've got no idea where my pocket even is. I hope I can see to put things in it. That's a pretty good merging pocket, even though it is sideways. That's great. Right, once I'm happy with the placement, I can add a few pins to hold it in place. I'm just going to add one into each corner. This will just hold it in place while we top stitch. Secure it onto the lining main panel. And I've just spotted my tag, so I am going to add this now, seeing as I've remembered it. Woohoo! Okay, I'll pop that in, add a little pin to hold it in place, which is funny because my label's got a pin on it as part of my logo. Right, so I'm gonna sew this on, but before I do, I'm gonna mark out where I want to divide it, because I can then sew along, up, along, up, and along and up, and do it all in one go. I've only got a white chalk pen, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. Right, so we need lines at 2.5 inches and 5.5 inches. That's 6.4 centimeters and 14 centimeters. So that's from the finished edge of the pocket. You can divide your pocket how you like, depending on what you want to carry. Okay, so my second line is 3 inches further along, or 7.5 centimeters further along. Sort of centre-ish. Looks kind of centred. Okay, so to sew this all in one go, because I don't want to be stopping and starting things, that's too much like hard work. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the top here, and I'm going to back stitch, and then I'm going to sew down to the corner, pivot, sew along the bottom, and then stop here, pivot, and sew up this line, back stitch, so down this line, pivot, sew along the bottom, and then do the same for this second line, and then from there sew to the corner and up to the top. And I'm going to have back stitching at all of these top points, okay, because I know those are areas of stress, and I know that if my husband gets his hands on this, then he will not take any kind of he just puts things in pockets, so I like to reinforce them. Right, so start at the top and back stitching down the side to the corner, lift my presser foot and pivot, and I'm going to sew to that first line now. So I'm using an 1/8 of an inch or 3mm to top stitch on. Okay, I'm stopped on the line, lift my presser foot and pivot, so up to the top of the line. And some back stitching here. And then lift my presser foot and pivot back down again. So I'm going to sew along that same line of stitching. Just stops or prevents having to do lots of stopping and starting. So lift my presser foot and pivot along the bottom edge to the next line. And then pivot up this next line. And back stitch at the top. And lift my presser foot and pivot. It's a lot of up and downing this. Back down the same line. Pivot and along the bottom to the corner. And then pivot and back up to the very top. And back stitch. There we go. That is a very secure divided pocket, which is exactly what we like. Well, it's exactly what I like anyway. You could divide your slip pocket how you see best, because you know what you're going to carry in your pockets. So best for you to decide how best to divide them up, or if you need to make it slightly taller, you've got plenty of space here to make it taller or deeper. You can always put it lower down, you can have a huge pocket, your choice. Okay, that looks lovely. I'm going to leave my zip pocket pinned up out of the way and pop it to one side, and we'll get started on the bottle sleeve. Okay, and I better turn the page. So let's retrieve K2, our bottle sleeve. Okay, now we're going to fold this in half the same as we did before. So it should be 11 inches long by 4.5 inches, or 28 centimetres by, hang on, bear with, 11.5 centimetres. It was right on the fold there, it was. Now we're only going to be sewing the bottom edge of this one at the moment. So you've only really got to pin or clip the bottom edge. I'm going to sew this using our regular construction stitch length. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end when using our regular seam allowance. Okay, lovely. That was nice and easy. You can turn this through one of these open ends then. Okay, now I like to fold mine on this seam line, so with a seam line at the bottom. If you prefer yours to be part way along, then you can always flatten out how you like, but personally I like it on the bottom. So I'm just going to roll that seam out, and then we're going to give it a nice press. Okay. I'm just pressing along that bottom edge to get a nice neat seam, and then from there smoothing up to the top edge to get a nice flat bottle sleeve. Okay. And then we're going to top stitch along this, well, I'm going to do along the folded edge. You can do the bottom edge. No, I'm not. I'm going to do both edges, and then it will stay nice and neat everywhere over the whole piece. Okay, so you can back stitch at the start if you want to. It's not necessary, it'll just stop your stitches unraveling, but they're going to be crossed over by another seam, so it's not necessary. So that's one edge. I'm going to flip it round and top stitch the bottom edge as well. Go and trim these little threads where I started and stopped. It's very happy, sunshiny fabric, this, isn't it? It's very nice. So I'm going to have my seams edge slightly thicker at the bottom, but you can choose to do otherwise if you would like to. I'm going to fold this in half, like so, and just baste along this side short edge just to hold those edges together. Just while we're working with it. At this point, if you want to double check that it fits around your bottle, you are very welcome to. Remember, you'll lose about 1/2 inch-ish in your seaming. Okay. Now we can retrieve our lining main panel with cleverly disguised slip pocket attached. Okay. I could have done this in a contrast fabric like I did in my step photos, but I wanted you to see it as the pattern is written, okay, without confusing all lots of different contrasts and things. In the pattern, for clarity, I have used my exterior fabric for the slip pocket and the bottle sleeve. Okay, now we are going to pop this bottle sleeve on the side edge, and we're going to pop it 2 inches or 5 centimeters from the bottom corner cutout. Okay, so there's the bottom corner cutout. That's 2 inches. Let's line that up. So I'm lining up my raw edges with the edge, and I'm also going to, let's add a black pin so that I can definitely see it. I'm going to pin it here, and after this is sewn, I'm going to leave that pin in just to hold it in place during construction. Now I'm going to baste this within the seam allowance, so 1/4 inch or 6 mils basting seam allowance. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end, even though I'm using basting stitching, just to add a little bit of extra strength to that as you're putting your bottle in and out. A bit of extra strength in the seams won't hurt. Okay, lovely. Right, so we can unpin our zip pocket. Leave your zip pocket open, okay, and that's this panel complete. So we've got our zip pocket, slip pocket and bottle sleeve, and I've left the pin in the bottle sleeve. This side of the lining is done, and we can move on to the next side. Right, for the second half of the lining, we'll need our 2 pocket pieces that are not exterior fabric. So you should have one piece that is exterior fabric, and that's this shorter piece. Okay, so one of those out of exterior fabric. Now you may have a second out of exterior fabric. So the cutting list says that you'll need 3 pieces altogether, either 2 exterior and 1 lining cut on the dotted line, so slightly shorter, or if your exterior fabric is particularly thick, and my fabric is, I've chosen to do 1 exterior fabric and 2 lining pieces. One of those lining pieces is the slightly shorter line. Okay, so I'll turn these over so that you can see a little bit easier, or I'll turn one of them over. So you've got your one, so this one can be either exterior or lining fabric. I've cut mine out of lining fabric, and that's the full height. Okay, so it's slightly shorter than the main panel. Here's my main panel. Turn that over so that you can see the contrast. That's my main panel, and this is my pocket piece. Okay, you can see it's slightly shorter. And then one of my pocket pieces is the same width, one of my lining pocket pieces, same width, but not quite so tall. Okay, so that ends at the top of the corner cutouts. If you've cut this piece out of exterior, then you'll have 1 exterior piece put aside for the exterior of the bag. You'll have 1 exterior piece here, and then your 1 lining piece cuts shorter. Okay, so in line with the boxed bottom or the box corner cutouts. Okay, now on this lining, this shorter lining piece, I've added my fleece already. So you've got in your pattern the dimensions to cut this fleece. Now just take note, because this fleece piece is taller than it is wide. Okay, and I went to put it on, fuse it on, and I thought, oh, it's way too short, because you should only have 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimeters at the top and the bottom. You should have 3 inches or 7.5 centimeters gap either side, but only 1/2 inch. I thought, oh my goodness, I've cut it too small. And then I realized that I had it the wrong way around. Okay, so it should be taller than it is wide, and you should have a gap of 1/2 inch, 3 inches, 1/2 inch, 3 inches, and it's attached to this shorter lining piece. Okay, so that's 1.2 centimeters, 7.5 centimeters, 1.2 centimeters, or 7.5 centimeters, depending if you're working on imperial or metric. Okay, so line up those top raw edges. I've got these right sides together, and then we're going to not going to top stitch, we're going to stitch along the top using our regular seam allowance and our regular stitch length. Let me just double check that I'm giving you the right information. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end, and I'm using my regular construction stitch length. And so all along the top. Oh, I've lost my clip now. Back stitched at the other end as well. Okay. And then what I like to do, we're going to turn this right sides out and give it a nice press, but before I do that, I'm just going to give it an extra little press to make sure that this top seam is really nice and neat. So I've opened it up. Now this shorter panel will be on the inside of the pocket. This longer panel will be on the outside of the pocket. So that's why one of them's in exterior, for those of you who haven't got thick exterior fabric. Okay, so I'm pressing along that seam there. Don't need to press your seam allowances open, just pressing them away from each other, and then we're going to fold that so that it's wrong sides together or right sides out, and finger roll along that top seam. Make sure that's out nice and neat, and then we're going to give that another press. Okay, now I'm pressing from the side of the longer piece because that is going to be visible. That's the outside of the pockets. I know the pocket's inside the bag, but that's the bit that you're going to see when you open your bag and have a look inside. Okay, lovely. And then we can top stitch along this seam, and because I like my top stitching to be on the outside side of the pocket, I'm going to top stitch on the longer piece. So I'm going to change my stitch length to my top stitching stitch length, and I'm just going to sew along here, use my 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, or 3mm. I can feel the fleece in there. Nice bit of padding between the layers. Now fleece can wrinkle slightly when you turn things through, so I don't tend to use fusible fleece very often, but on this occasion it's perfect because you're going to be sewing it or top stitching it into place, so it's not going to have a chance to move or wrinkle or come undone or anything, and it's perfect because you don't want it to be in your seam allowances then. Okay, so once you're happy that that's nice and neat, we'll get a second lining main panel back. So that's the longer one, or the taller one. Okay, and then can you see this side is shorter? That's the side we're going to pop down onto our lining main panel. Okay, so on the top it looks exactly the same, but actually underneath I've got a shorter layer there, and that's just going to keep this bulk out of too much of the seams in the boxed corners and things. Okay, just going to reduce the bulk down slightly. Okay, now I'm going to pin that just in a couple of strategic places. We're going to baste this into place along the side and bottom edges. Just hold it in place while we do our next bit. Actually, let's add the pin in there, and then it'll hold all the layers together, won't it? Start from the top actually, and then I know it's in the right place. Okay. Right, so I'm going to baste this into place along the side and bottom edges. So I'm just going to use a 6mm or 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, my longest stitch length. Just going to whiz around. I've gone too far. Go back one and pivot around the boxed corners. So I'm just going around the perimeter of this panel really. All the way around. I've left my needle down so that it doesn't interfere with anything or lose my place. Oh, nearly caught myself on a pin there. I'm trying really hard not to. Nearly did. Okay, and back up to the top. There we go. Right, so those panels are together and in place. The shorter panel is held just by the sides, but this longer panel is held by the sides and the bottom. Take all my pins out. Now we're going to divide this up, and this is going to form a pocket for our laptop or folders or files or whatever you want to carry, and also a pen slot, and also a little slot for our keys to pop into, because I don't know about you, but using large bags like this, I am always losing my keys. So let's start by marking our stitching placements. Now these are all on the pattern, okay, so I do encourage you to grab hold of your pattern and do these markings based on that. Now let's have a look at my boxed corners aren't quite right on my cutting out. Let me just give them a little trim. Sorry, excuse me for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. That's fine, actually. That's fine. Okay, right. Okay, so I'm going in with 1/2 inch above the boxed corners. It's 1.2 mil. Lovely. And then I'm going in 3 inches from this side, that's 7.5 centimetres. Just using this Chaco liner so that the chalk will wipe off later. Okay, so I've got my 3 inch or 7.5 and 1/2 inch. And then I'm also going to divide this by another 1.5 inches. This is going to be for carrying a pen or 2 pens. Now, because we don't want to lose our pen in the pocket, we need to divide that again. So we need to do a little line at 5 inches from the bottom there. Okay, and then we won't lose our pen in the depths because that would be impossible to get back up again. And then the other side we're also going to do 3 inches, and this will be the side for our keys on our little ribbon. So that should be right in line with the fleece. Okay, right, now I've got my lines. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sew along this line here. Let me get a spoon. I'm going to sew along this line here to this first line, up, back stitch, back down again along the bottom here, and then up, back stitch and back down again, and then down to here along this bottom line, up and back down again. Okay, now you don't need to worry too much about these lines here on this side because they're going to be held in by the box corners. So we're just really interested in these dividing lines. Okay, right, so let's go with our top stitching stitch length. I've forgotten what I've said now. Yeah, right. Oh dear, okay. Right, so I'm going to start on this side, so that start and stop. So all the starting and stopping will be in the seam allowance. So I'm going to this first line, lift my presser foot and pivot, and then I'm going to sew up to the top of the pocket and back stitch, and then I'm going to sew back down to that line. Just pull the fabric out of the way however you need to be able to get access to these lines. Okay, so I'm going back down to that initial line, and then I'm going to stop and pivot, and I'm going to sew along this bottom line here, well, halfway bottom line, middle bottom line, and then I'm going to pivot and sew up to the top of the pocket. This will form our pen slots, and a little bit of back stitch in there, and then pivot, and we're going to sew all the way down now to the bottom line, not quite the bottom of the panel, but to that bottom line we did. Okay, and then we're going to pivot. Just make sure the fabric under your presser foot is nice and flat, however you need to fold the rest of it or manipulate the rest of it. And we're going to sew along this line that is 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimetres above the box corners. Make sure that's nice and flat. Your fleece will want to pull it. And then stop at this final line and pivot. Fold your fabric again. Okay. And then we're going to sew up this final line up to the top, and I'm going to back stitch and then pivot back down this line. Now, just so that my stitching ends in a seam, I'm going to pivot and just finish over to the second side. Okay, so all of the dividing lines are marked on your pattern. Okay, you can really sew these how you want. If you prefer to do just the bottom edge and then come and do these bits, you are very welcome to. You don't have to divide it how I've done it. I've divided these sides though so that you haven't got a huge pocket flapping around, because once these box corners come in, you really don't want all this extra fabric sort of flopping around. So we've divided that up and turned them into useful little pockets. So you've got your little pen pocket there. Oh my goodness, that looks amazing. Oh, I'm very happy with that. Okay, right, so let's check where we're going next. We need our ribbon and one of our tiny swivel clips. I say one, you should only have one if you followed the kit instructions. I've bought a pack of 2 from Emmeline Bags, so I've got another one for another time, which is great. Okay. Oh, I think I was going to use the other one on my handbag that I've already finished sewing. That's no good, is it? Okay. Sorry for that little insight into my life. So I've heat sealed the ends of my ribbon. I didn't buy this specifically, I just had it in my stash. It looks quite pretty, doesn't it? So I'm going to fold it in half. So I've got my cut ends together, and then pop this folded edge through the swivel clip, through the end of it there. And make sure those ends are still nice and even. And then with this loop open, pop the raw ends through it again and tighten it up. Lovely. Okay, now we're going to pop that on this side where we've got the larger pocket bit there. And let's clip these layers together so they don't get lost. We're going to attach this into the top edge of the main lining panel, and we're going to put it 1.5 inches from the edge, so it's directly in the center of this key pocket bit. Let's have a look. So that's 1.2, no it's not, 1.5 is 3.8 centimeters, sorry if you're using metric. I forgot what I was looking at then. Okay, and then just move that clip so that it matches. Right, so you can just baste this on, or you can use tiny stitches or regular stitches, however you want. I think I'm just going to use what I've got on my machine at the moment, and we're just going to baste this within the seam allowance. So I've gone forwards, back, and forwards again, just to be sure that that is nice and secure on that edge. You will be sewing into the seam at a later time as well, but just to know that that's nice and secure. Now you can pop that down inside your pocket to keep it nice and out of the way. And what I'm going to do is just add a little pin in here. Let's add a bright pin so I don't forget it. Red, that looks nice and bright, I will not forget that, just to hold it in place for our final construction, but we know it's in there. Okay, and then you've got your pen slots there. I've got a little bit of chalk just to rub out, and then we can retrieve our first lining panel that's got all of our slip pockets and zip pockets and bottle sleeve. I might lay that one down because that's got more moving parts than this one. Okay, and then we're going to pop these right sides together. So that's my zip pocket, slip pocket, bottle sleeve, and this one's my laptop pocket and pen pocket, etc. Okay, so I'm going to line these up, matching my centres, and clip them together. I seem to have two pots of clips up here, or a pouch and a pot. And I was looking for clips the other day, so I think that probably what happens is I bring them up here, ready to sew on video, and then I forget to take the downstairs ones back downstairs, and they're gradually migrating their way up here. Yes, see, that's one that should be downstairs. So I might have to bring them all together at some point and work out who should be where. Who? I suppose which should be where. Although I do find my clips very useful, so maybe they should be a who. Right, so I'm just clipping along the sides and bottom edges. Just be aware of where your swivel clip is there for your keys. You want to know where that is when you are sewing your side seams. Okay, now we are going to use our regular stitch length, construction stitch length, and our let's see what seam allowance. We are going to start with our regular seam allowance of 3/8 of an inch, or 1 centimetre. We are going to start at the top, and we're going to sew about an inch's worth, or 2.5 centimetre of our normal seam allowance, and then we're going to taper to our bigger seam allowance to the bottom, and the same on this side. And we're going to sew the bottom seam allowance with our bigger 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimetre seam allowance. So let's sew the larger seam allowance first. So I'm back stitching at the start and the end. Okay, so back stitched at the start and the end there. If you are using super thick fabrics, you might want to leave a turning gap in the lining as well, but it won't be much bigger than the turning gap you've got in your zip pocket. In fact, it'll be smaller. So I am tending to just stick with the turning gap on my zip pocket for this bag. Right, so let's do our tapering along our side seams. Now, if you're not very confident on tapering, then you can always draw it on to your seams. So we're going to sew our regular seam allowance for 1 inch. Drop my pencil on the floor, hang on. Very sorry. Okay, so that's 1 inch there. So that'll be, oh no, now my trolley's attacking me. So that'll be my regular seam allowance, 3/8 of an inch to 1 inch. And then we need to taper to 1/2 inch. So I'm going to go down a little bit further and mark where the 1/2 inch is there. Not actually that much more. And then you can just join those two up, and that gives you your taper line. That's your sewing line if you want to taper between the two seam allowances. Okay, right. Okay, so I'm going to start at this side, top edge, and I'm going to back stitch at the top. Start with my needle down, and then start tapering to my 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimetre seam allowance from there. And back stitch at the bottom. Okay, and then the same the other side. Now, because I want to start at the top and taper, I'm going to flip this panel over so that I am starting at the top. Slightly misaligned here, so let's trim that off. There we go. That's better. It's completely fine to trim your pieces to help them line up if you find that they don't quite match, that's okay. Right, so top stitching at the start using my regular seam allowance, and then I'm going to taper to my larger seam allowance. Now when you find you're coming close to the bottle sleeve, which I've just gone over the top of it, what you can do is reverse back over the top and the bottom of the bottle sleeve, just to give it that little bit extra security in the seam. Okay, and the bottom there. All right, lovely. Okay. So we're nearly finished with our lining. We just need to box our corners now. Now, if you've got your ironing board and your iron, which I have got my ironing board, but I've got a tiny iron, what I would recommend you do is just press these seam allowances open. So press from one side and then flip it over and press from the other side, and that will just open up these seam allowances really, really beautifully, and you'll have lovely, neat sides and bottom seams. Okay, just so that when you do your construction you don't end up with any lumps or bumps. Okay, so if you can press them open, then I would recommend it. Okay, just going to finger press because I've got my tiny iron. It's just doesn't sort of quite live up to the bigger jobs, but it's perfect for filming, so that's okay. Right, so what we're going to do is bring the bottom seam up to meet the side seam. So all I've done is popped my hand in the bag and lifted, and it will naturally fall into that shape. And then all you've got to do is just give it a little wiggle, and I'm matching my seam allowances here. I'm matching my side and bottom seam, and I'm opening these seam allowances as best I can. Pop a little clip on that, just hold it open. That's a beautiful box corner, if I do say so myself. And we are going to stitch these using the regular 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so I'll do one and then I'll do the other. It doesn't really matter which way up you have these, top or bottom, or whichever way is most comfortable to you. And I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end. You can back stitch over the open seams if you prefer, just for a bit of extra security, and at the end. Okay, lovely, very nice. Let's trim our threads off and let's have a little peek inside. Check you are happy with your boxed corner. You should find that your seams are matching in the bottom there. Pretty good, I would say, so that's good. Okay, I'm going to do exactly the same for the other side, and then that's our lining done, and we can move on to our exterior. So I've just popped my hand inside and it's naturally falling open, and then I can just give it a little wiggle and match those seam allowances together. Little tug just to line up. And then we can sew it again exactly the same. Okay, so back stitching at the start again. And the end. There we go. And I'll just poke my hand in and double check that this boxed corner is all good. Yep, I'm very happy with those box corners. They're very neat, so that's good. And that's our lining done really. So that gives you an idea of the size that your bag's going to be when it's finished. Obviously you lose a bit from the top. And you can have a little look at all of your lovely pockets and all of the features that you've got inside your lining. So although you've actually not got much to motivate you yet, you have done the bulk of the work, and it'll be lovely to finish this bag off. The only extra thing I'm going to do, because I haven't pressed my seam allowances open, is I'm just going to baste them open within the seam allowance. I might take this lining downstairs and see if I can press open any of the seam allowances on my sleeve board as well before I come to put it into my exterior. Just for the minute, just opened them up, and within the seam allowance, so about 1/4 of an inch or 6mm, just going to whiz over them just to make sure that that is nice and neat there. And the same on this one. There we go. Lovely. Okay, so our lining is done, and you can pop this to one side, and we'll get started on our exterior of our bag next. Okay, so the first part of the exterior that we need to do is our flap. So remember the flap that we've stabilised. We've got the foam and the Decaville light attached. What we're going to do first is trim away a little bit of extra foam. Now you don't need to do this if you're not using the edge trim, but if you're using the metal edge trim, then just trim away a little bit of extra foam, because it will help that sit a little bit easier on your finished flap edge then. Okay, so I've drawn a line 1/2 inch in from the edge of my fabric, and let's get the edge trim and just work out how far we need to do this for. Okay, so just line it up along the edge and just to about there and there. Okay. Oh, I love that edge trim. I think it's beautiful. Can't wait to add it at the end. Now, if you're not adding an edge trim, then you can ignore this. You can skip this step. So I'm just going to snip into the basting stitches there at that mark. And then, actually, I might use some smaller scissors. I'm going to just trim along that line and just take away this extra little bit of foam. No, bigger scissors with a key. And your basting stitches on the edge should come out naturally as well as you're trimming these out. Just make sure that you are going between the layers so your scissors are not coming out on the exterior fabric side. You're just trimming this stabilizer layer. Okay, that's a little bit easier now. I've got my scissors in between the layers. Okay, and just trim these basting stitches out. Lovely. Okay, right, we can treat that as normal now, so we'll pop that to one side and we'll add the snap to the lining first. So first things first, let's mark our centres, which you probably should have done at the start if you followed the pattern. I am very good at never marking my centres, and it's always easier to mark them at the start. Right, now so later on we are going to sew around here, but before we put our snap in, let's mark the seam allowance for those of us who are not so good at sewing our seam allowances around curves and like to shout at ourselves while we're sewing. because I usually can be heard shouting, curve, curve, don't forget the curve, don't forget the curve, there's a curve coming up, don't forget the curve. So I'm drawing the seam allowance on. So I've gone down each edge, don't really need to do as much as this, and then across the bottom where that curve is, and from there you can sort of round it out. Okay, now you can also use your edge trim for this if you want. You can just line it up and draw around it that way. Let's have a little look. So that's on the line there. So actually let me draw my curve there. That's much neater, that is. That should have been the way I did it from the start, I expect. Okay, right, magnetic snap. So you've got 3 magnetic snaps in your materials list for this pattern. We're going to be using one of the larger, I say one of the larger one. There's only one larger one. That's the one we're going to be using. 2 smaller ones are for later. Now I'm using a brand new pair from M-Line Bags. So I've got 2 in my pack, but I'm only going to use one. I can put one to the side for another bag. Right, I'll pop that one to one side for the minute. Now we're going to use the male half, so that's the half with the sticky out bits, which is probably a little bit rude actually now I think about it. So we can pop the other half to one side, and we're going to use the washer to mark where we need to place this. So get my ruler. So the measurement in the pattern is to the center of the snap. Okay, so you line it up with the center of the flap, and then 1.5 inches or 3.8 centimeters, and I'll draw a little dot. Check that's actually in the center of my flap, yes, and then pop the washer down on that dot in the middle, and 2 little lines. And then I can snip these for my prongs to go through. And add a dab of fray check, just to stop those holes growing any larger than we want them to. And we'll pop our snap through from the right side. Oh, I haven't done that very well. I'll put both prongs through from the right side this time. Just gently wiggle those through, and we need a little scrap of stabilizer just to give it something else to hang on to. You can use a bit of your Decaville light, or a scrap of leather, or foam, whatever you fancy really, a bit of mesh, your choice. I'm just using a little bit of foam. Pop that on, and then the washer, and then grab hold of your handy teaspoon, and I like to use teaspoon for doing my snaps. What I do is I pop my thumb in the roundy bit and then push down on the prong, and that bends really, really, really nicely down. Now I bend my prongs into the center because I think it makes it more secure. I've seen bags where you've bent the prongs outwards, and then over time they've worked loose and come out of the bag, whereas if you're bending them in, they're pulling on themselves, so they're less likely to come out, although it's your personal preference, whichever you prefer. And then we'll add a little bit of duct tape just to keep those extra secure. And then we need an exterior flap. Here we go. I'm going to pop these right sides together, lining up all of the raw edges, etc. But most importantly, that curvy pointy bit, curvy point. There's probably a name for that, isn't there? Apex. Okay, so let's add a few clips. And then we'll sew. We're only sewing around the 3 sides of this one. We're not sewing the top edge, the top straight edge. We're going to leave that open. Just sewing along the sides and the curvy, pointy, apexy bit. And fortunately I've got a nice guide to follow for my stitching line as well, which is helpful. Now I'm gonna use my regular construction stitch length and my regular seam allowance of 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre, and I'm gonna back stitch at the start, sew down to this corner, lift my presser foot and pivot, sew around the curvy, pointy, apexy bits, back to this corner, pivot, and then back up to the top. Okay, so I'm just going to pop that under there and make sure I'm keeping the right seam allowance around the whole top. Whole edge probably. Okay, now I'm coming to the corner, so I'm going to stop my needle down and pivot. Now as I come towards this apex, this is where my markings really do help, because I can make sure I can be nice and accurate on that point, and just lift my press foot ever so slightly and go around this curve, just very, very gently, little movements to get around the curve, and then we're back onto a straight edge. And then to the end, and some back stitching at the end. Okay, lovely. Right, let's trim those threads. Now, the fun bit, we are going to take away a bit of extra bulk of these seam allowances here. So on the back there, your stitching should be outside of the foam. Okay, that's fine. So on these corners, we're just going to take the corner off, make sure you're not going through the stitching, but go as close as you can. And then we're going into the seam allowance a little bit extra, just to take some extra bulk away. And the same on this corner. You don't need to worry about the top corners because they're going to be turned through. Although if you would like to, you can take a bit of the seam allowance away there. Now around this pointy, curvy, apexy bit, honestly, I don't know why I didn't call it that in the pattern. Just gonna trim with my pinking shears. If you haven't got pinking shears, you can cut little snips, little triangles into the seam allowance. Pinking shears are a bit easier. Okay, so I've just taken as much of that seam allowance as I feel comfortable to around pointy, cornery, curvy apex there. Okay, and that'll just help that pointy, apexy, curvy bit sit really nice and neat when we turn through. So let's turn through. Now I like to grab hold of this flappy bit of foam that's not sewn into seams and tug from there, because then you know everything is going to end up in the right place. It's not going to come detached or anything. Okay, I'm just going to run my spoon around the inside there, the seam, to make sure everything's nicely turned out. Little finger press, or I might poke the corners out here on my flat, make sure I've got nice neat corners. That one's neat and that one's neat. Okay, now before you go any further, you can also, just if you want to be certain of it fitting, you can double check that your edge trim fits onto your fabric. Mine does, so that's great. Okay, if yours doesn't and you haven't trimmed the extra bit of foam away, then I'd encourage you to pop back in and just trim that extra little bit of foam so that you know that that will fit at the end when we come to add it. All right, let's give this a nice little press then. I'm just pressing along the edges. Get a nice bit of steam, always helps curves and corners and things to sit out nice and proud. Now avoiding my magnetic snap on that side. Just go over it very gently on this side. And my lining's peeking through, so let's pop that back behind. Give it another press. And then press this side as well. Gosh, I've got a bit of a steamy iron situation at the moment, haven't I? There we go. And we are going to top stitch this, which will help it sit nice and neat, but I just think the focal point of your bag is likely to be the flap. So let's make sure that it's nice and neat. Just take a little bit of extra time on there. Right, pop that to one side. Now, when I'm top stitching my flap, what I like to do is just clip along this top edge that's open. You can go ahead and baste this closed at this point, but I like to just clip it and then top stitch. So I'm going to use my top stitching stitch length. I'm going to pull my threads out nice and long so I can grab hold of those, and I'm going to sew 1/8 of an inch or 3mm away from the edge. I'm going to take my time. I'm just going to sew all the way around the outside of this sewn edge of the flap. Okay, so I'm at the corner, so I've pivoted, carry on round. Just take your time as you sew around this curve. Nice and slow, and move that presser foot as you need to. Okay, and then pivot and back up the other side. Okay, now I'm going to pivot here and I'm going to change my stitch length up to a long basting stitch and just go along the top to hold these layers together. There we go, lovely. Oh, that looks so nice and neat, and I'm actually really happy with my top stitching on that one. Great, so we can pop that to one side and we're going to work on the strap tabs and things, and then we'll add these all together onto the flap and carry on with our exterior. Okay, the next thing we're going to use is our strap tab H, and I've gone ahead and pre-ironed these so they're ready. But all you're going to do is draw a line along the centre lengthwise, okay, and then fold each long edge into the centre and give it a nice press so that you've got the raw edges meeting each other in the middle there. And then we're just going to give these a top stitch. So I'm going to use my top stitching stitch length. I'm going to sew at 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, or 3mm, and I'm going to sew on the right side. I'm going to leave my thread tails long and hang on to them so they don't get caught in anything. I'm going to start with my needle down because I always do. Going to whiz along. You don't need to back stitch on these ones, and then down the other side as well, so we're going along both edges. Okay, that's purely just to keep these long edges in place and together. Here's two. There's one I made earlier. Okay, and then we are going to retrieve our hardware. So first of all, we're going to use our rectangle rings. So you need 2 rectangle rings, and we're going to add our strap tab onto the rectangle ring. I'm just going to baste along the bottom to keep those layers together. So fold your tab through all the way to the centre, and then I'm just going to whiz along the bottom just to hold those 2 layers together while we're working with it. And then I'm going to, I'll do the other one, then I'll change my press foot over. So there's one I've prepared earlier. That's the one we're working on at the moment, the rectangle ring. And then you also need to do the same, but with a adjustable strap slider. So on this one, we're going to thread the strap tab through from the back to the front and over on the middle bar. Okay, so thread the strap tab through to the center, and we're going on the middle bar like so. Okay, so we've got the two edges of the strap slider completely free, and your tab is just on that central middle bar. I'll base that along the bottom. I did two already just to speed things up a little on the video because it's absolutely freezing in my filming room. I did think that adding the lights in originally would warm it up, but occasionally I get a very, very, very cold day down here in Cornwall, and it doesn't quite warm up how I'd hope it to. Right, I'm going to swap over to my adjustable zipper foot. If you've got a zip foot or something, you can use that. You can use your regular foot if you prefer. I just want to get a little bit closer to the tab with my stitching, so I'm just going to swap that over and screw this one back in again. Always a bit fiddly, aren't they, swapping these feet over, but I find it is worth it. Okay, so on this one, the regular rectangle ring, I'm going to sew as close as I can to the ring without my needle hitting the ring. So I'm starting with my needle down, and I'm going to go back stitch a little bit at the start, go all the way over, back stitch at the end, and then go back over it and then back over again. So I'll go over 1, 2, 3 times usually, just for a bit of extra strength, and then I trim the front thread and then the back thread. You can add a little dab of fray check onto here as well if you want. Okay, so you should end up with 2 strap tabs with rectangle rings on, and then I'll stitch the one with the strap slider. Now this is going to be exactly the same, it's just not going to be able to top stitch as close to the ring as you did on the rectangle rings. Now if you're using the wide mouth sliders, there will be a limit to how close you can get. You probably only be able to get as close as that. Okay, so just sew as close as you can, and don't worry too much about the extra. You can always add some rivets, but if you don't manage to get super close on your strap slider, that's okay, because on my wide mouth sliders I didn't manage to get very close at all, and it doesn't affect it really, just to hold it in place and stop it twisting really. So I'm just holding my slider out of the way while I'm doing this stitching, so I can ensure I get a nice accurate stitch as close as I can. Okay, and same as this one. I mean, there's a limit to how much twisting can go on when you've got a strap slider attached to a strap tab anyway, but on the rectangle rings it just stops it twisting quite so easily. Right, so we've got 2 rectangle rings attached to strap tabs and 2 strap sliders attached to strap tabs. Okay, so bear with me, this is going somewhere. There is a method to what might seem like madness. I'm going to swap my foot back over. Okay, now this one's a little bit fiddlier because I never seem to manage to get the screw quite in the right place first time. Oh, I might have managed it. Oh, dare I speak so soon. Let's give that a go. Oh yes, I think I might be on to something here. Well, I'm glad I captured that on camera because I've never in my life managed to do that first time. So there's an achievement for us. Okay. Right, let's see what we're doing with these strap tabs now. I'm going to pop these two to one side for later. We're going to use those with our bottom connectors. And these two with the adjustable strap sliders on, that's the word. I'm going to retrieve our short handle and we're going to use these together in combination. Now I've already pressed my strap slider, so on the strap slider you're doing exactly the same. You're going to draw a line along the centre lengthwise and fold each long edge into the centre and give it a nice press. Okay, don't top stitch just yet though. What we're going to do is we're going to thread these two onto the short handle, and we want them to be matching and mirrored, if that makes sense. So if you pop them right sides together, then we're going to pop the short handle through the bar that's open at the bottom on both of these. Okay, so you can see they're both threaded on to that bottom bar and they're matching but mirrored. Okay, so they're right sides together. So I've got my folded over strap tab there and my empty rings at the top. Okay, and then all we're going to do is open up the short end here and the short end here and match these two together. Make sure that your short handle isn't twisted at this point. Okay, so I'm going to clip this and then I am going to double check it. So I'm trying to make sure that my centers are nicely lined up. You can use a pin here if you prefer. Okay, so that's not twisted for me, and you can see I've got these strap tabs mirrored and sort of matching in the middle. Now we're going to sew along the end, the short end of our short handle, and we are using the regular seam allowance and our regular stitch length. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end. Back stitch. I'm going to sew all the way over to the other side and back stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to just finger press that seam open. You can give that a little press if you'd like to, and then we're going to refold along that original line. And that will be a little bit bulkier, so you might have to just give it a bit of a encouragement with your fingers, and then just going to clip that for a second. I am going to give that a little press. I'm not convinced this wool pressing mat is the right size for this job up here. I might have to get a tiny one, although who's to say that I won't lose that as well. If I manage to lose this bigger one, could very well lose a tiny one. Right, so I'm just giving that a little press to help that sit nice and neat. Lovely. I think that's made it even bouncier actually. Not convinced my iron is coming that hot actually. Oh no, I think my iron might have broken. Let's give it a second, see if it heats up. No. Okay, right, I'm going to have to pause and go and get my big iron, and then I'll come back and we'll finish this short handle. I'll just clip it for the moment. Okay, sorry for that interruption. Right, I've got my big iron, so let's give this a little press. I see why I don't use my big iron up here really. It's just so big and I've got so little workspace, but it's so much better than the tiny iron, which is probably because the tiny iron was on its way out. So who knew? There's a bit of a clue for the future, isn't it? If it seems like something is not very good, it's probably on its way out. Right, we'll pop my pressing mat to one side for the minute. Just rearrange slightly on the side there. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to flatten this out to enclose these raw edges. Oh, let me trim that little thread there because we don't want that poking out anywhere. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to flatten it out with one ring at each end. Now it's your choice. You can either have this seam at one end like so, or you can have it in the center. It's your choice. I think I might have mine in the center, so let's just find the center, marking that with a pen. Then I can flatten it again to there. There we go. Okay, so you're basically just matching up both sides of this strap, and we've got the raw edges enclosed in here. Just make that nice and flat. Sort of clip it as best I can, really, to keep it both bits together. As you're sewing it, you can sort of readjust it slightly as well if you need to, if you find that it's slipping anywhere. And just add in a few clips. Now we're going to sew in a box on the short handle only, so ignore these two bits here, the strap tabs. Okay, we're just going to sew on the short handle. So we need to draw a line 3/4 of an inch or 2 centimeters from each short end, and that will show us where to sew. So we're going to sew up each long edge along the short end, and then long end, short end, etc. So we've got a nice rectangle in the end. So I'm just drawing a line at 3/4 of an inch from the end. Let's hope I see that. I've managed to get my white chalk line right on a bit that's got a lot of white fabric, so it might be quite a fun one to spot. This one's on a gold line, so that's not so bad. Okay, so I'm going to change up to my top stitching stitch length. Just going to take a few clips out of the way. And because I've got yellow thread, I'm going to try and start on a yellow bit. So I'm going to start with my needle down, and I'm sewing at 1/8 of an inch or 3 mil from the edge. I haven't back stitched. And as you pop this through, just move the clips as you need to, or readjust the layers so that the edges are together, so it's perfectly layered up. So once you come to your line, one more, there we go, leave the needle down, lift the presser foot and pivot, and we're going to sew along that line. And then lift the presser foot again and pivot, and we're going to sew back down the other side. Till we get to the other line, which is right on my white bit. So that was actually easy to see because I just looked for the white bit. There we go. And then across the bottom or the end, lift the presser foot and pivot, and back round again. And I'm just going to cross over a couple of stitches on my stitching, and then trim these threads. You can add a dab of fray check if you want to stop these coming unravelled. I'm not going to, because I don't think they probably will. It's not an area of stress particularly. Okay, lovely, that looks super neat. So we can pop that to one side for the minute. We're going to work on the bottom connectors, and then we'll add rivets to all of the bits together. Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze then. Okay, so I'll pop that to one side and get the bottom connectors. So you'll need bottom connector and your handle, your strap tabs that have got the rectangle rings attached. And we'll need a chalk or pencil, whatever you prefer. Okay. And then we're going to draw a line 3/4 of an inch or 2 centimeters from the end, because these need to overhang. So by drawing a line, we can line it up on the line and know that we've got it nice and measured. Okay, it's kind of okay for me to see, but I'll talk you through it as we're doing it. So we need to find the center first of this, and I think it might be easier for you to see if I add a pin into the center. Okay, so there's the center, and we're going to measure 1/4 of an inch from the center. Okay, so 6 mil. And then we're going to have our 3/4 of an inch hanging over the edge. Okay, so I've got my 1/4 of an inch that side and 3/4 of an inch hanging over the edge. Okay, this is just to provide us a little bit of extra stability, a little bit of extra strength in that strap tab. I'm going to just base this into place, just using a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance or 3 mil seam allowance, really close to the edge. And that's purely just to hold that in place. Okay, so you don't need too much, don't need lots of back stitching and neatness or anything. Oh, I'm going to trim that extra thread though, because I bet that will come up to see me again later. Okay, and then we're going to, let me pop all my bits and pieces together. And then we're going to fold this in half like so, enclosing that strap tab, and just make sure those angled ends match. So you should have a nice 1/4 of an inch that side of your strap tab and 3/4 of an inch hanging over the end there. That's 6 mil and 2 centimeters there. And then we're going to sew this into place using our regular stitch length and our are we using the regular seam allowance? Let's have a look. Yes, but only along this straight top edge. Now I find it a bit easier to sew from the angled end, so I'm going to start there. You start where you feel most comfortable, and we're going to back stitch at the start and at the end. I've got my threads all tangled, there we go. I'm sewing all the way across over the strap tab to the center and back stitch in there as well. Okay, trim those threads, and then now I've brought up a couple of a different pair of scissors as well, another option, while I was downstairs getting my iron. So we're just going to snip into the seam allowance along that crease there, so not quite as far as the stitching, but a good way in, and that just gives us a little bit of ease in that corner there, ready for turning through. So to turn it through, just grab hold of your rectangle ring and pull the tab down, or the bottom connector down, sorry. And I'm folding those seam allowances nice and neat. I'm going to add a little clip there. And then I need my spoon again, and I'm just going to poke out the corner, top corner of this bit there, that inside corner bit. So that's nice and neat. And then making sure that is completely even, I can give that a little press. Do you know what, I might sew the other one first and then I can get my pressing board over. So I'll just sort of straighten these out and clip them so that they can be thinking about sitting straight while we sew the other one. That's one of our bottom connectors. So we'll do this second one and then press them both together. So fold it in half, find my center mark, just there, and add a pin. Okay, and then 1/4 inch or 6mm from the centre, and with 3/4 inch or 2 centimeters overhanging. And you want to make sure that this is nice and straight. Probably word for that, perpendicular. It sounds like a good word, doesn't it? And then we'll just very quickly base that into place, just so it doesn't move while we're sewing this bit. So these scissors, these green ones, are the same brand as my blue and my purple ones, but I don't use them for foam, and they're still much sharper, so I suspect it's the materials rather than the scissors. Maybe been abusing them too much. Right, so I'm going to do exactly the same on this one. Again, I'm going to sew from the other end because I find it a little bit easier. And we're sewing using our regular seam allowance of 3/8 inch or 1 centimetre. Okay, and then snip into the seam allowance, same as we did before. It just gives it a little bit extra movement. It doesn't feel like it does anything, but it does help a little bit. So I would encourage you to do that if your fabric can take it. If you're using something very frayy, you maybe wouldn't want to, but that corner's not a particular area of stress on the bag. The main stress is coming off of this main bit here of the strap tab, and that's why we've got it overhanging, so you can feel there's a good portion of that strap tab inside the bottom connector there. Just making sure that the main area of stress is not right on this seam. Okay, right, let's bring my pressing surface over and give these a little press. I feel like I might need to invest in a smaller wool mat for this table. So that's a new iron, a new wool mat, some new scissors. This video is going to cost me quite a lot of money, I think, if I buy everything that I'd like. And then of course there's the fabric, because you've got to add a bit of fabric just to keep the shops going. Right, so I've given that a nice press. That's nice and neat. I love how these look. I think they look so professional. And of course then you need to add a little bit more fabric to get up to the free postage limit, of course. So yeah, or I could just stick with what I've got because it's working plenty fine, isn't it? Right, so we'll leave them to cool down for a sec. Now we're going to top stitch along the sewn and the folded edge. So not this raw edge, that's going into seam, it doesn't matter. You can base that together if you want, but we're going to sew along the top edge and down the side edge. Okay, I'm going to increase my stitch length to my top stitching stitch length. And we're going to sew at 1/8 inch or 3mm away from these edges. Same as I do for most of my top stitching, just so it stays nice and consistent. I'm going to start at that pointed edge, I think. So I'm going to start with my needle down so that I can pivot at the corner, like we have done for other things. So sewing along the top there. And then at the corner, I'm going to pivot, sew down this side edge. And then the same on the second one. Along the top and down the side. And these will look so lovely and professional once you add them to your bag. Very nice and neat. Okay, trim those threads. Now these bottom connectors don't really need too much more adding, unless you're going to add some rivets. If you want to add some rivets, then we can add some rivets. But if you don't want to add some rivets, then these ones are done and can go to one side. Okay, turn the page, check I haven't forgotten anything. No. Right, we're on to rivets. Lovely. So if you are new to rivets, I have got a separate rivet masterclass video on my YouTube channel, which you're very welcome to refer back to. But we're going to add some rivets onto this short handle and these bottom connectors. So I think I'm going to add them 2 here through the extra bit of strap, 2 here through the actual strap tabs, just so it looks nice and neat and matches, and then 1 each end of the strap, the short handle, and 1 each on the strap tab. So I need some rivets. Here we go. So depending on your fabric, that will determine what length rivets you need. If you've got particularly thick fabric, then you'll need medium rivets. If you've got thinner fabric, then you should be able to get away with small. Okay, so we need, got my pen for marking, hole punch and some fray check, and then my rivet press. Got my big rivet press because it's just a little bit easier. Okay. Right, so I think I'm going to use the caps for measuring, because I find it always looks slightly neater when you do that. It could well be my measuring skills. So if you can feel through to where your extra bit of strap tab is inside this bottom connector, you can sort of halfway your rivet cap, and I'm pressing down just to make a little indent there, and then I can draw my mark to show where my rivet's going to go. Okay, and the same on this side, on this one. Now they will be on other sides of the bag, one on the left and one on the right, so it doesn't matter too much if they don't match too well. I just want them to look nice and neat. Okay, so there's 2, and then I'll do the same for my strap tabs, sort of in the middle-ish, I think. Add a little dot, and that's in the middle-ish. Lovely. Press it down, add a little dot. Okay, I think I'll do these ones and then we'll come back to the short handle. Feel free to fast forward me or skip me if you know what you're doing with rivets, or you're not doing rivets, or you want to come and do your rivets later. Okay, there will be one part where you need to do the rivets now and you can't do them later, and I'll tell you when we get there. Okay, so if you want to add rivets, then when we've done the hidden pocket, that will be the time to add those rivets, because you won't be able to get into the right place to do them later. Okay, right. Okay, so let's add a little dab of fray check through these 4 holes, just to stop those holes expanding and the rivets popping out at any point. Then I'll pop these through. There we go. It's very satisfying, that click, isn't it? Lovely. Oh my goodness, that looks beautiful already, just having those rivets temporarily set, doesn't it? Once it's all together, this is going to look great. I can't wait to see this bag finished. I know we've got a way to go yet, but I'm a little bit excited about it already. Right, let's set these rivets. As I said, pop onto my riveting masterclass if you want me to talk through my rivet process. Okay. Right, so my bottom connectors are done. I've got a nice pair. or two matching ones, I suppose, if you turn them over. But I've got a nice pair, so I'm going to pop those to one side. A nice pair of bottom connectors, just to confirm. And then we'll add some rivets to the short handle. Why is it whenever you tip rivets out, you always get all of the same kind? So it's always tops or bottoms that come out. It's never evenly spaced. Right, so I'm just going to add these into that little gap between the stitching and the ring, because I can get closer with a rivet than I can with my stitching on this one. So the rivet is just going to be a nice extra little bit of security. I'm just going to make those 2 holes, so I know those are nice and in place before I go and do the other 2. Everything's a bit more movable on this one, so I won't set these ones, but I'll cut the hole, do the fray check and add the rivets, and then add them onto the strap tab, and then come and set them all afterwards. Okay, now you will have a few rivets left over after this for your strap and to go through the back of the pocket if you want, so don't panic too much. Okay, so that now I need to be careful when doing it on my strap tab, because I need to make sure that that will fit under my rivet setter. So I'm going to do them inside the top stitching line on this one. However, if you're using a wide mouth slider, you might be able to get closer with the rivet than you could your top stitching. Okay, so just play that one by ear. Or yeah, can't really think of a better analogy, but I suppose that'll do. Play it by ear. Okay, so I'm going to cut these 2 holes, and then we can set all of these ones. It's a nice bit of extra bling on our bag, isn't it? Some rivets, a little bit of fray check. So when I'm talking to myself in these videos, it is mainly for my benefits that I don't forget to do the fray check and things. So thank you very much for your patience while I'm rambling on in my videos talking about curves and fray check and things. I do appreciate it. Right, and I think if I did a voiceover at the end, I'd still be talking to myself through the video. You probably just wouldn't hear it because I'd do a voiceover instead. Okay, but then see, you've got the worry of, well, if I do a voiceover at the end, will I forget some of the little tips and tricks that I've remembered as I'm sewing? So I don't do voiceovers for that reason, but my videos would be less rambly if I did, that's for sure. Right, there we go. Nice and set. So that is our short handle done, and we're ready to add this to our flap. So the next thing we're going to do is add our short handle to our flap. So mark the center of your flap at the top there, and then we're going to add our short handle on. Now pay attention to the photos in the pattern. Okay, you need your strap sliders, so they're these ones that we've got on our tabs. They need to be facing up, so the right side or the exterior fabric of your flap. If you're using a contrast fabric for your flap, then that one right side's up, magnetic snap down, and then sliders facing up. Okay, and we're going to pop these 2 inches or 5 centimeters from the center, with 1 inch hanging over the edge of the flap. Okay, so let's do a little bit of measuring. So 1 inch overhanging, that's 2.5 centimeters. White chalk is not going to show on that little bit of white fabric, so use my pencil instead. It's going to be in the seam anyway. So we're going to mark, oh, that's not a lid for a pencil. Okay, so we're going to mark 2 inches from the centre and then line that up with that inch mark lined up with the edge. Okay, now don't panic too much about this rivet that you've got here. There should be enough space between there and there for all the seams and the top stitching and things that you need to do. Okay, do you know what, I'm going to baste one into place and then the other one, just to make sure that that doesn't wiggle around while I'm marking the other one. So I'm going to baste that into place using 1/4 inch or 6mm seam allowance. Just go over that a couple of times because I'm using fabric. If you're using faux leather, just go over it the once. Okay. Right, trim that thread. Trim those threads. And then we'll do the same on this tab. So mark 2 inches from the centre, 5 centimetres if you're working in metric, and with the overhang there. Add a couple of clips just to hold it in place, and then we're going to baste that into place. There we go. Okay, right, that's just literally just to hold that in place while we're working with the flap, and we've got the handle where we want it then. Okay, so depending on I don't know, depending on whether you've added rivets and things, you can also add a couple of pins into here. I don't know, actually you'd have to pin it that way just to stop these strap tabs from moving in the next part of construction. So if you want to do that, just add a little pin just to hold that strap tab sort of perpendicular or straight during the next bit of construction. Doesn't matter if you can't do that, you can just make sure that these are sitting nice and straight before you do the sewing in the next step, so that's okay. Right, we need one of our hidden pocket pieces. No, we don't. We need our exterior pockets. Wonder where that is. Is that, oh, it's at the side here. Don't panic, all of my pieces are here. I just haven't organised them. I think I didn't expect to get that far in this session, so we'll pretend that I'm as organised as I am. Right, so we need, this is our exterior pocket panel C. Okay, so that's the shorter one. It's got no stabilizers on it at all. It's just the interfacing. Okay, we need the centre of this one. There we go. I skipped a step in my mind there. I was ready to go on to the pocket. Forgot we need an outside of a pocket, don't we? Right, so now I'm going to match these, so right sides together, and I'm going to match up the centres, which I have marked, hopefully. See, it's always worth marking the centres, I just never seem to. And I'm going to clip all the way along here, just to hold these in place. Okay. Just smooth it out as best you can. Now we're going to baste this into place. Using, I think I forgot to add that into the instructions. Hang on, sorry. A professional wouldn't have these issues, would they? Let's add that into the instructions. Baste into place. Very sorry. Okay, I feel like you're with me on the journey here, designing. So now we are going to baste this into place just to make sure that that is where it needs to be and doesn't move around. So just using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Along the top there. Okay, right, now we are going to need the hidden pocket pieces. So if you grab your hidden pocket pieces, we'll sew those all together in a second. I'm just going to go and grab mine. Okay, so let's mark the centre of the hidden pocket piece as well. If you haven't already, you might have already done this when the pattern asked you to. There we go, I could just mark it on the wrong side for this one. Right, so with our exterior back pocket and our flap, so our flap is just basted on there, I'm going to pop the hidden pocket piece right sides together. So we've got flap lining and hidden pocket lining. We're going to add that right sides together, and I'm going to match my centre marks on there. And then all we need to do is just clip this along that top edge of the exterior pocket all the way along. So it'll be longer than the flap. It should be the same length as the exterior pocket piece. Okay, bit of a funny piece this, isn't it? Right, then we are going to sew along the top edge. I'm going to use our construction stitch length and our regular seam allowance on this one. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end. Okay. Now as I come to that little lump where the edge of the flap is, I'm just going to back stitch over that and back over again, just for a little bit of added security. And as I go over the tabs, I'm going to back stitch over and back again. And a tab again, back stitch over. To the edge of the flap, back stitch again, just for a bit of extra stability there, and to the end and back stitch at the end. Okay, lovely. Now do not trim these strap tabs. Okay, we're going to leave those long, same as we did in the bottom connectors. Going to leave them long for a bit of extra stability. Okay, so that's how they're supposed to be. Don't feel tempted to trim them down. Right, now we're going to fold this panel so that the hidden pocket, that's that bit, and the flap are pointing up, and the exterior pocket piece is pointing down. I just had a thought, wouldn't it be amazing if I'd pattern match that, which I wasn't trying to pattern match, so it would have been very amazing if I had. Right, I'm going to take that pin out of there. Now we're just going to give this a little press along this seam, and then I can top stitch and just make that nice and neat. So I'll just pop my pressing mat down. Okay, this was a lot easier when I had a bigger filming room. I could have a full-size ironing board, which I suppose I could do, but I've got too much of a stash in here, I suppose, so that's no good. Right, so I'm just pressing along this top edge just to make that sit nice and neat. I'm giving it a little tug. It's probably quite difficult for you to see on your screen where the seam is because my fabric is so busy, but you can just see it's along there. A busy fabric is brilliant if you want to disguise top stitching or anything, by the way. That's not why I chose it. I chose it because I wanted a yellow bag, actually, and this was a nice yellow fabric. Right, so with it still open, so I've got my hidden pocket and flap pointing up, and just the C pocket panel pointing down. We're now going to top stitch along this edge only on the pocket panel piece. Okay, so none of your top stitches should go through the flap or the hidden pocket at the moment. So I'm increasing up to my top stitching stitch length, and we're going to sew 1/8 of an inch or 3mm away from the seam on this side. Okay, not on the flap side, on the pocket panel piece side. Okay, so I'm just going to pop that under my machine and make sure my seam is nice and pulled out taut. So take your time as you do this, because there is a bit of bulk under the layers here. Okay, and over that strap tab. Just take your time, because this is what's going to be seen on the outside of the back of the bag. There we go. I'm going to pull those out and leave those long. Okay, right, I'm going to take these pins out because I keep catching myself on pins today. Oh, there we go. Okay, right, lovely. So if you want to add rivets, which I'm going to, oh hang on, I've caught myself with a pin there. Right, let's tie these thread ends together, and I hope that I don't have to then go and get a little plaster for my hand. Oh dear. And of course I'm using yellow fabric, so it would show on it, wouldn't it? Okay. I do envy people who are able to use pins like this and not actually catch themselves with the pins. It must be a technique that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Awareness of your surroundings maybe might be the key. Right. Okay. So I think we're okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some rivets now through these strap tabs here and here before we refold it. If you want to refold it and then add the rivets, that's completely fine. That's completely up to you. They will show on the inside there of the pocket, which isn't a huge issue. But if you would prefer them not to be seen, then we'll do them now. So just make sure that your strap tabs are sitting out, and we're going to fill through the layers for where our strap tab is, and I'm just going to pop that there so I can remember. Now, because we're in the middle of the panel, I'm going to need my wooden board to punch the holes for this. So I'll just get my wooden board. It's quite a hefty wooden board. Okay, and as you can see, it's been very well used. Do usually take it to the bag retreat where it's very, very well used. Well, that was useful putting the ruler there, wasn't it? Because as soon as I moved, it needed to move. Okay. Right, so rivets. Let's obtain some rivets. So I'm just going to use one on each side through where the strap tabs are. One there and one there. And the others are for my backpack straps then. Pen. So I'm going to try to sort of centre them as best I can over that strap tab. I can feel where that strap tab is. Now you can measure if you would like to. Lots of people find that when they measure they can be more accurate, but for me somehow I don't know how I do this, whenever I measure it's less accurate and I always get it in the wrong place. So I'm just using my Japanese screw punch to punch a hole through the layers there. A bit bit less hammering, using a hammer and a punch. Add a dab of fray check. Now I'm just going to pop that one in place there, even though I haven't put it through from the other side, just so that I can line up this one, this second rivet. So I think that looks about right. Push it down to leave an indent and then draw my little dot. Now I can punch my hole. I think that was actually through. It's probably why my board is so bashed and battered, because I keep going until I'm definitely sure I'm all the way through. Add a dab of fray check onto there. And then we'll add our rivets. So on the wrong side, you should be going through the strap tab and the pocket piece. Okay, so make sure that your strap tabs are flattened down towards the pocket piece, because that's just going to give you that extra bit of strength on your backpack straps there. Okay. Now we're going to have to try and use my rivet press to set these, because I've left my hand setter downstairs. I think that's the story of this video, isn't it? Things I've forgotten. Well, I think that might be okay actually. I think that does fit under there. That's okay. Make sure everything's nice and flat. So as I said before, if you want to have a look a bit more at my rivet masterclass on YouTube, you're very welcome to. I give you lots of information about rivets and tools and techniques, and lots of lovely extra ramblings on, as you've come to expect from my videos. Okay, right, let's check those are set. Yes, and we're through the strap tabs but not through anything else. So those are going to be hidden between the layers, but they are secured. Bit of extra strength. Okay, let's pop my block down. There we go. Right, so there's our back layer. What we're going to do now is we're going to refold these layers. Okay, so with your handle facing up, they should fold nicely along that top seam there, and this will all be nice and flat. Okay, don't worry too much if that doesn't fold nicely along the seam fully there yet. We'll come back to that. I've just realised quite how wild this fabric looks on the camera. I'm very sorry. It looked nice at the time, but it does look slightly wild. I'm very sorry. Right, we're going to pop this to one side for the minute, and we'll get our other hidden pocket piece sorted. So we need our second hidden pocket piece and our upper back. Okay. Right, let's check it. Yeah, okay, great. Now in theory these should be the same length, so if you want to skip marking the centres you can. What I'm going to do is, no, I'll do it the other way around because that one's a bit thinner. Just going to match these two long edges together. Now if you've got directional fabric, make sure that the hidden pocket piece is on the bottom. So if you've got directional fabric, make sure your top is at the top. Turn it around, so that's the top for you. Okay, and then your hidden pocket piece is going on to the bottom edge, right sides together. Let's swap to clips in the hope of fewer injuries for the rest of the video. So we're just going to sew these two together using our regular stitch length, regular seam allowance. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end. Lovely. This bit just, I don't know, it just helps you not have so much bulk in your pocket. Nice to have your pocket pieces the same, so that's good. Okay, and then we're going to press our seam allowances towards the upper back. That's towards that bit. I'll get my little pressing mat back again. Now if you're watching this and you've already seen me with a smaller pressing mat, you'll know that I did indeed go for a smaller pressing mat and probably some fabric and a new iron. Okay, now I'm going to press them towards the upper back, but to start with I'm going to press them open just so that I know that that seam is pushed all the way out. Giving it a little shot of steam there. Have it sit nice and neat. I think on areas like this, it is worth taking a little bit of extra time to steam properly. Okay, so now that I've pressed it open, just give it a second to cool down before I touch it again. We're just gonna press that one up and towards the top. So that's fine. The only reason for pressing it open was to make sure that there wasn't a little tuck in here where the seam allowance of the upper back is. So, oh dear, I've done a funny little crease there. There we go. Okay. Right, so that's nice and neat from the back. Let's give it a little extra press from the front just to be sure everything's as folded out and turned out as it can be. Well, they look great together, don't they, these two fabrics? Apart from being slightly wild, for which I would like to apologise again. Okay, right, so now we're going to top stitch this one 1/8 of an inch away from the seam. So you can do it on either side, but I like to do it on the upper back because that's going to hold those seam allowances in place. So I'm going to change up to my top stitching stitch length, and I'm going to sew 1/8 of an inch or 3mm away from the seam. Okay, lovely, and that'll keep everything nice and neat. Now, with the hidden pocket and upper back right sides up, we're going to get back our back combo that we've got with our pocket piece, etc. And we're going to pop this on top, lining up these pocket pieces. Okay, I'll show you that from the other side. Probably easier, isn't it? So here's our pocket panel, hidden pocket and flap combo, and we're going to pop this that we've just sewn on top, matching these hidden pocket pieces. Okay, let's choose clips instead of pins. I was about to go for the pins then. Okay, I'm just trying to line those up nice and neat. This is a little bit like a inseam pocket from a garment, a dress or tunic or something. It's no different from that really. But it's nice because it's all the bulk of the pocket is out of the seam allowances then on the box corners, which makes this a bit more domestic friendly. Okay, beautiful. Now we are going to sew around the perimeter. Oh, hang on, we're supposed to be the other way up. Check I've got everything lined up this way. Yeah, So if that's all flat underneath, then you should find that your upper back meets the pocket panel here, and then in between is your hidden pocket pieces. So they shouldn't be visible. Your pocket pieces shouldn't, or your hidden pocket shouldn't be visible in under there, because your pocket's hidden behind the flap really. Okay, so we're gonna pull this up and out of the way, and we're going to sew around the perimeter of the hidden pocket. So we're going to start here. You can start from the seam allowances if you want to sew over the seam allowances. I tend to pull them open and just start here, just under this seam where the upper back is. So we're going to start at the top there. I'm going to back stitch and sew down this short side, pivot along this edge, down and around and back up the other side to end at the top here. Okay, just there. So we don't want to catch this pocket panel in our stitching at all. Might just add a pin into the side here to hold it in place while I pop it under the presser foot. So I'm going to use my regular construction stitch length and my regular seam allowance. Hang on, let's just double check. Yes, regular seam allowance. I bet you're glad that one of us knows what we're doing. Okay, right, so I'm going to start with my needle down and sew a couple and back stitch, and then I'm going to go to the corner and pivot and move that pot of pins out of the way. For some reason pins have become my nemesis in this video. Okay, so I've pivoted, press a foot down, sew along this edge, keeping all my layers nice and flat. So I lift my presser foot and pivot, check I'm on the right line on my seam allowance, yep, and sew down to the bottom. Okay, lift presser foot and pivot and back in. Again, pivot at this corner and up the other side. Pull all these layers out the way, however you need to be able to get access to what you need to sew. Oh, one more little stitch and then pivot. That's better, nice and accurate then, and just readjust these two last little bits of the hidden pocket as you come to them to make sure you're nice and accurate. It's slightly too far there, one less stitch that time. Okay, so realign those and we'll sew as far as that seam. There we go. Okay, so I think that's probably one of the trickier parts of the pattern, so you can give yourself a little pat on the back if you have completed that bit. Right, I think, yes, I did have a pin left in here. You will not trick me. Okay, so this should all now be lovely and flat, no hint of a pocket. However, in here there is a pocket and it's of the same colour fabric, so that's great. Now what I'm going to do is just pinch these together at the edge and give them a little clip, just to make sure that no part of that hidden pocket is showing on the outside. Okay, unless you particularly like your hidden pocket fabric, in which case you can have it showing on the outside. That's your choice, no problem. Okay, right, lovely. Now the next thing we're going to do is retrieve the final piece of foam main panel, and we're going to baste this whole combination on. So this one, we are going to now call this a main panel. Okay, so the same as our other main panel, this is a main panel. So I'll get my foam, I've got it just down here. So this is the foam that's got the rest of it on. Here's my other main panel. Pop that up here for the minute. Okay, so we're just going to smooth this over the foam. This should in theory fit pretty well, and if it doesn't, just pretend that somebody's come and cut it smaller while you weren't looking. That works for me. Okay, give it a nice smooth out. Oh, I think this is actually too long. No, I wasn't even. There we go. Okay, so make sure that's nicely smoothed out, and we're going to baste this into place the same as we did before. So we've got our hidden pocket pieces. They'll be sandwiched inside there, nice and snug. Okay. Oh, try and do it all the way to the top, shall we? Another couple of clips. Okay, and I'm just going to put a couple on here under the flap to hold it in place while we're going. Now we're going to sew around the entire outside of this panel. So all the way down the sides, around the corner cutouts, along the bottom, corner cutouts along the top, and back, and along this top line here. Okay, so we want our basting stitch. Now you've seen this bit before, so feel free to fast forward me or skip or talk amongst yourselves while I whiz around. We're using our smaller seam allowance of 1/4 inch or 6mm for this basting, and there's no need to back stitch. Okay, so as we come back to these bits where we've got our upper back meeting, feel free to just fold those and hold them in place while you baste over that little section. Gone too far there. Okay, and along the top. Just realised I didn't clip through all the layers there, So I'm just going to re-clip that, that's it, keep it in place. So I can flip that flap back up to hold it in place. Okay, lovely. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to flip this over and trim away the seam allowance like we did before. Now, judging by the feel, I think I've missed a few bits on here, so I shouldn't have too much to trim away, fortunately. So, oh, I've managed to miss the whole bottom there. I don't know how I managed that. Oh well. Okay, so we'll trim the foam from the seam allowances where we can, just to reduce any bulk in our final construction and give us a nice neat finish. I'll have a beautiful bottom seam here, won't I, with no foam in it at all. Oh dear, but it goes right up to the bottom, so that's okay, and it will be in the bottom seam. So don't panic too much if you have gone a bit skewiffy, or I don't know, cut my foam too small maybe. We've sort of cut out in stages where we've sort of checked pattern pieces and then cut out and then checked and then cut out. Right, I think that's all I can take off apart from this little bit extra at the top there. Lovely. Right, so we can now treat that as one of our exterior main panels, the same as we have for the front. If you've got any extra rivets and you want to add them, you can always add them here, and that will just stop this flap flooping quite so wide. I don't mind mine opening quite wide, but some of my testers did mention that they added a couple of rivets there as well, just to make sure that it's nice and secure. Right, the next thing we need is our bottom connectors with our rectangle rings attached. Now decide what is your prettiest side. I don't think there is a prettier side for mine really. And then we're going to base these on to our, do you know, I'm going to just use a little bit of paper here to show you. I'm going to base these onto the side edge. So if I line my piece of paper up with the side, now we are going to pop them 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimeters from the corner cutout, okay, and they're going to sit like that, okay. So you've got your 1/2 inch at the bottom, and then they're going to sit like that. So this raw edge is along the raw edge there, okay. That wasn't too clear on this fabric, so let's show you on here. So we're going up 1/2 inch, and then it's going to be basted on like so. Okay, so we need a ruler. There we go. Looks like my foam is right on the end there, so that's okay. No, I'm going to have to use a pin. So we all knew it was happening. All knew I'd have to use a pin. There we go. That just marks where my 1/2 inch from the bottom is, and we're lining up this raw edge with the side of the main panel, the back main panel with the flap and the hidden pocket, etc. attached. Okay, now for the other one, we want it to be a mirror image, okay. So where we've got this one pointing this way, we want this one to be pointing this way in the opposite direction. So your rings should both be pointing up towards the middle of the bag, okay. Right, let's mark our 1/2 inch or 1.2 centimetres if you're in metric. And then pop the bottom of the tap there, bottom of the bottom connector, sorry. And then we'll clip this along the side. I must apologise, I didn't think this fabric would be quite so wild on camera because it's got such large graphics on here. I'm very sorry. Right, so now are we gonna, let's see, are we gonna baste them? We are gonna baste them. So we use our long basting stitch length and we're going within the seam allowance, so 1/4 inch, 6mm seam allowance for these. And back stitching at the start and the end, even though it's only basting, just for a bit of extra security. There's the bottom. And I'll do the same on the other side. Back stitching at the end and the start, just for a bit of extra security. There we go. Lovely. Now these 2 pins, which I've managed to avoid so far, I am going to pop those into these bottom connectors just to hold them in place while we're doing the next few steps. Okay, except without the head of the pin in the seam allowance would be helpful. There we go. Okay, now the next thing we need to do is punch some holes for our feet and add our magnetic snaps at the top. So feet, let's have a look. Oh, hang on. I think it's probably a sensible idea to get my board back if we're going to be punching holes. Okay. There we go. Right, okay. So, make sure everything's nice and smooth between all the layers. It's very satisfying knowing that there's a hidden pocket in there, but you can't see it because you've smoothed it all down. Very nice. Right, so these holes are going to be 2 3/8 of an inch from the side of the corner cutout. That's 6 centimetres from the side, and 1 3/4 inches or 4.4 centimetres from the bottom. Okay, and I've just spotted a missing bracket, so we'll just highlight that. Okay, right, ruler, here it is. Let's have a look then. Now I sort of need to repeat all of those measurements back to myself multiple times when I'm doing things like this. I don't know if that's normal or just as normal as I get. So 2 3/8 of an inch from the side and 1 3/4 from the bottom. So where that corner is, that's my first hole. 2 3/8 of an inch and 1 3/4. That's my second hole there. Okay, I'm just going to punch my holes through here. So I'm going through all of those layers. I say all of those layers, but my hidden pocket finishes there, so it's only really through the exterior fabric, interfacing and Decaville light and foam staple. Well, I guess that is quite a few layers, isn't it? Right, so we'll add a little dab of fray check. We're not going to do anything with those holes at the moment. They are for later, so let me just double check that I've gone through to the foam. Yes, great. Now in the top here, we'll work on this panel and then we'll go over to the front panel. On the top here, we are going to add our small magnetic snaps. Okay, so retrieve your small magnetic snaps. You should have 2 of those. Here we go. And you want to be inserting both of the female ones into this side. You can insert both of the male ones into the other panel. Right, what are we doing? Female, so that's those two. That's the male halves, which we're going to pop into the other panel. Now the measurements for this are again in the pattern. It's 1.5 and 1.5 ruler. Here we go. I think most of bag making is probably looking for exactly what you just had about half a second ago. Right, 1.5 and 1.5, and that's to the centre. So let's make a little mark there. Oh, hang on, where's my pen gone? Got the lid. Well, the lid's on one side and the pen's on the other side. Okay. Again, where's the thing that I had just a second ago? Right, so let's mark that for the centre. And then we'll use the washer to add the prong slits. I think this is the most long-winded bit because you've done the hardest bit already, and now you're adding, well, 4 halves of some magnetic snaps, which is a little bit tedious, but it is worth it because it pulls the shape in on the sides really, really nicely. I'm just going to snip through those little slits. I think my scissors are so beautifully delicate that they didn't like that very much. Okay, and that one as well. Right, we'll add a little dab of fray check. And we'll leave that fray check to dry for a second. Do the other one. So what was it? 1.5 and 1.5. And I've got my ruler and I've got my pen. So I'm already on to a winner. Now let me check that. That looks different from where my flap is. I wonder if I've maybe inserted my flap slightly wonky. Let me just check the measurements for that. That's about 5/8 of an inch from the edge of the flap, and that is not. So I think for these to be even, I'm going to need to move that out slightly. If you have done yours straight, then you will not have this issue. You've matched up your centres nice and straight. Okay, there we go. So that first mark will be hidden by my snap, so that's okay. Snip through these little prong line holy bits. I always think slow and steady wins the race for magnetic snap prong holes. And we don't need to add any extra sort of stabiliser onto the back for these because we're already going through foam and Decaville light. Right, okay, so let's pop that one through. I've got nice big prong slits on the front, but I don't know whether my, oh, they haven't quite come through to the back. Okay, let's try that again then. I'm just going to add a little pin into the top of that just to make sure I don't go too far. You can tell this is the voice of experience speaking here. always better to do it too small and have to go back and add a little bit extra than do it too big and have your magnetic snap fall out. Okay, so just wiggle that through. Just getting that. I've got like a knit coating on my fleece and it sometimes seems to get caught on the prong if I don't cut them well enough. Right, okay. Spoon. There we go. Just pop both of these snaps in and then I'll add a little bit of duct tape to the back. Again, my slits are, oh hang on, I've maybe nearly got it on this side. A little bit extra snipping on the foam on the back there. On reflection, this may be why my scissors get blunt. Things like this. I'm just going to press that down, make sure it's nice and tight in there, and the washer. And I bend these prongs down inwards on themselves. Okay, so some duct tape, and then that's this back panel done, and we can move on to the front panel. So 2 little scraps. Well, those are slightly larger little scraps than I was intending, but that's okay. Of duct tape on the back there. Okay, and then we can pop this panel to one side. This panel is done for now. Okay, we're going to add the snaps in on the front panel and feet holes and things, and then we'll come back and finish this panel off before we move on to the final construction. Okay, so I've gone ahead and added my small magnetic snaps and my feet holes like for the back panel. Now I need to add the female half of the larger magnetic snap, and that's going to go into this panel here. So let's find the center, and I'll need the center later on, so it makes sense to find it now. A pencil, there we go. Good job you can't see my little workspace next to me. It starts off very, very neat and tidy, and then by the end of the video it's a bit messy. Right, so we are going to pop this 5 inches or 12.5 centimeters from the top and in line with the center. So let's and I'm lining that up on my raw edge so that I know that that's nice and straight. Pop a little mark in there. Let's double check that that is actually in the center. Sort of. Yes, okay, great. So we need the washer for our larger snap. And this is fitted exactly the same, so I could have done this off camera, but I thought at least if I do it on camera, then we're all less likely to forget to insert it when we're making another one. Just wondering if I've got a cutting knife. I don't think I have. Okay, try and cut this. The slits very well. The problem is these handles, they're so lovely and soft. I'm just squashing them together really. There we go, that's a bit better. Now watch your fingers on the other side if you're doing something equally risky. Let's putting your scissor blade through from the front. Okay, dab a fray check to make sure that that snap's not going anywhere. No expanding holes on our watch. Okay, and then pop the snap through, which is sometimes easier said than done, isn't it? Right, where are we? There we are. Eventually wiggle in through. On this side as well. It's just that last little layer of the foam, isn't it, really? There we go. Lovely. And add my washer. I'm not going to add any extra stabiliser because I've already got the Decaville light and the foam here. And that's plenty. And in theory, you'll have the zip done up as well. So the actual strain on the flap shouldn't be too much. Unless you seriously overfill your bags. Which could be the case. In which case you might want to consider stabilising that again if you're going to overload it, and then close the flap. Right, so I've got my 3 snaps that look a little bit like a face, and I've got my feet holes down here which you can't see because they're very tiny. If you are using a bag label, then now is the time to add it. There we go. Right, I'm just an Emmeline Bags fan, as you can tell from all of my Emmeline Bags hardware. So there is a suggested measurement in the pattern for where to pop your label if you would like to use a label. If you want to pop it somewhere else, then you're very welcome to pop it somewhere else. Okay. Right, so this is saying the bottom edge and the side edge. So I can use my washer to pop this in place. Right, there's my washer. Let me put that up there in case I scratch it. Right, so I've got 3.5 inches on 9 centimetres from the bottom and 1 3/4 from the side, or 4.5 centimetres side of the corner cutter. I'm reading this like it's the first time I've ever made this bag. I do, you know, I know that I know it reads like that, but I promise I've made many versions of this bag. There we go. Okay, so bottom edge 3.5 inches and 1 3/4. Oh well, that, hang on, that's going to be tricky, isn't it? Let's move it in slightly. Right, so the bottom edge 3.5 inches from the bottom and 1 3/4, so that's 1 3/4 from the side, approximately there-ish. Yeah, I don't know that it really matters hugely on a bag label because it's purely decorative. You just want to make sure that you've got it straight. I think that's the only criteria for a decorative bag label. So this is fitted exactly the same as the magnetic snaps. You just snip through your prong lines and then try not to stab yourself pushing your scissors through from the front, unless you're sensible and are using some, like an actual craft knife or something designed for the job. And then we just pop that through, push it through all the layers. That looks very nice on my fabric, although it does look slightly wonky on the circle fabric I've got, because the circle fabric I've got has got lines in it. So let's increase that line slightly. I'm not going to fray check this until I'm happy with it. Okay, that sits better. Phew, I'm glad I caught that actually, because that would annoy me. It's not that my panel is wonky, it's that the lines in here are wonky. So this side is a lot wider than that side, and that side is a lot wider than that side. But I'm glad, I'd rather my label be slightly wonky but look straight on the fabric than my label be straight and look wonky on the fabric, if that makes any sense at all. Right, so once you're happy with the positioning, I'll add the washer and use my spoon to bend the prongs down again. Make sure it's nice and tight. And then a little bit of duct tape, or duckling tape I'm actually using. Duckling tape on the back to protect those prongs. And that will just stop those prongs from rubbing through to the lining fabric. Okay, that's the reason for the duct tape. Okay, so our main panels are done. We can move on to the straps, and then we'll be looking at putting this bag together. Okay, so the next thing we're going to move on to is our backpack straps, and I've already pre-pressed these on my ironing board just because of my space here. So all I've done is drawn a line along the centre and then folded each long edge into the centre and pressed, and then folded in on themselves again and pressed. Okay, exactly the same as we did for the others, except for that extra little fold. Now here's where it goes slightly different. I'm going to open that out slightly. Okay, so we've got our raw edges there. I'm going to fold it back on itself so that those folded edges meet, and then we're going to sew along the end of this. Let's change my stitch length down to my construction stitch length. I'm just sewing along the short end there. Oh, hang on, that's not a very accurate seam allowance there. Let me try that again. That's better. Okay, and we'll do the same to the other end because we want both ends to be nicely finished off. Okay, so just sewing this short end and back stitching at the start and the end. Okay, now we are going to trim away some of this extra fabric at the corners here. So just take a little snip into that corner and into that corner, and the same this side, into that corner and into that corner. Oh dear, I think I made it more messy then. My little trimmings and offcuts. Okay, and then we're going to turn this, so you've got your raw edges out at the moment, turn this through and make sure this seam is nice and poked out. And then the same for this one, turn it through and just poke that seam at the end out. Trim these little threads as well here. Now that should in theory sit nice and neat if you pressed these a week ago and haven't touched them since, which it just so happens to be me. So what we're going to do is we're going to enclose these raw edges by sewing around the entire perimeter of this strap. Now if yours isn't sitting nice and neat, then give it a little extra press. So I'm going to start here on the open edge, and I'm going to sew along the long open edge down to the short end, across there and back up the folded end along the second short end and back to where I started. I'm going to use my top stitch in stitch length, and I'm going to sew at 1/8 of an inch or 3mm away from the edge. I'm not going to back stitch, I'm going to overlap my stitches a couple on this one. Okay, we're getting close to the end. And we're just going to pivot at the end there and sew along the short end. And pivot. Coming back to where I started now, so I'm just going to pivot and sew along this short end. And back to start, I'm just going to overlap a few stitches and then I can trim those threads. Right, lovely. So now we need our other strap sliders that we've got. Remember we had 4 strap sliders. Need to retrieve another one. Let's just turn the page to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. And then decide which part of your strap is right side up. I think that's probably my right side up. I don't think it really matters. And then we're going to pop this through the centre bar of that strap slider like so, and we're going to fold it over by 1.5 inches or 3.8 centimeters. That's great. And then we're going to stitch over that to secure it in place. Now I am going to, so if you've got the right side of your slider that way up, I'm going to sew across on this side, just because the other bit is going to be sandwiched in between layers. So if you need to mark the seam allowance for this, or you need to mark the stitching line, then please do. But I find that I can generally feel okay where the stitching needs to go. Okay, lovely. Okay. Now, here's one I made earlier. Ta-da! So you should end up with 2 of those, and you can add some rivets to those. Let me just check they're the same length. Yes, excellent. Phew, that's a relief. You can add a rivet to each of those before we go any further, I think. What do I need? Who knows? Rivet hole punch, that's what we need. And I'm just gonna eyeball this one rather than measure it, because it's fairly in the middle. If you aim for the middle, it should be okay. You can of course measure yours if you like it to be accurate. And a little dab of fray check. You know you're getting closer and closer to the end when your pile of parts starts to decrease, which is quite nice. And we're getting through our rivets. We haven't got many rivets left, so that's good. Okay, one of those, another one of those anywhere. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I should have 2 sets of rivets left, and they'll be for securing these straps onto those bottom connectors that we added earlier. I'll pop those in. Pop that in, and then I'll get my rivet pressed back up again. Right, pop this under and secure it. Make sure your strap slider is out of the way when you do that. Yeah, that's fine. And your thumbnail as well. That's something I could do with remembering. Okay. Right, so now we need to retrieve our back main panel. So that's the one with the flap and the short handle and these bottom connectors attached. Okay, and we're going to attach these backpack straps. Now if you've chosen to use different contrasting colours and things, then this could look an absolute riot of colour at the moment. In fact, that sounds like a very good idea. So if anybody does that, I'd love to see it. But for me, I'm just going for optical illusion, all in one colour. Now, we'll work one at a time. So, with your slider right sides up, and I've got my little fold over on the top as well, we're going to thread through from the back of the ring to the front. Okay, so I've got my slider right sides up and there's my little fold over there, and I've gone through the ring from back to front. I'm going to go over and through my strap slider, so over what I've already done, so over that fold, through the strap slider and out the other side. Okay, and shall I do the other one, or no, let's complete it and then I'll do the other one just to avoid confusion. So now what we need to do is attach this one, so whichever one you've got, on the same side. You need to pop your loose end, so you've got your little adjustable bit there, your loose end through this empty bar on our strap slider here. So we've got our short handle attached to the top, our tab attached to the middle, and then our backpack strap will be attached to the bottom. And we're going to fold over by 1.5 inches again, that's 3.8 centimetres. Is that enough? Let's have a look. Yep, that's fine. And you can sew that into place, or you can just rivet it. It is a little bit tricky getting it under your machine. It's maybe easier this way. But it does give you that little bit of extra security. Okay. So I am just gonna sew it. So I'm going to start with my needle down, back stitch, sew over there a couple of times, as I usually do for my straps and tabs and things. And I'm also going to add a rivet at the end then, but I'll do the stitching first. Okay, so that's one side connected in. That looks lovely, I'm happy with that. So the other side, we'll get our strap slider right sides up, and that's the little folded over tab bit, and that is going to be facing the top of the bag. And then this loose end from the back to the front and through the strap slider and out the other side. Same as before, and it doesn't matter if they're uneven at this point, you just want them to be even when you're going to wear it. Okay, so let's fold that over. Tiny ruler. I'm sure half of what I do is just looking for the things that are, oh, it's there. Whoops. Okay. Sorry if you had to shout at your screen then, because that was really frustrating. Right, that's fine. Let's try and fit this under the machine as well. Fold that back out of the way. Oh, I always put my clips on the side that I'm going to sew from first, which is quite funny. I bet if I did it the other side, then I'd have to sew from the other side, wouldn't I? Okay, lovely. Am I still attached? I think I'm still attached. Right, there we go. So I'll add my rivets to the top of these backpack straps, and then that's them. They're sort of a combo short handle backpack strap. So when you're wearing the bag, this short handle doesn't poke out up too much, like on some bags. Some bags you'll be wearing it and see the short handle sort of poking out the top. And then when you carry the bag, obviously your straps are kept up. So that's quite a nice little combo. Quite like that. Right, what am I doing? Rivets. Okay, I'm sure I said that last time I did rivets as well. Can't remember. Okay, so again, I'm just going to eyeball it and try and get it in the middle ish. Yeah, that's fine. Really should have probably measured it though, if I want them to match. Let's hope for the best. Okay, and a dab of fray check just to stop those rivets moving, that hole expanding. Okay, and rivets, here we go, the last two rivets. So we must be nearly there with the exterior. It is nice to do some longer patterns like this sometimes, isn't it? Nice to have a little bit of a challenge, something to work on. But it is nice when you finally see the finish line, which we are nearly there. Nearly there. Not quite, but nearly. And of course, the real benefit is the bag you get at the end of your bag making. And this one is a little bit more involved because there's so many features in it, which is lovely, but it does take a bit longer. Okay, try and get these under there. Don't worry too much about however your bag panel needs to go, as long as you can get that under the rivet press. Or if you've got a hammer and anvil, then that's a little bit easier because you can manipulate it however you need to get those into place. Okay, right, lovely. I think they look great. The gunmetal looks great with this fabric, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so our exterior panels are complete. Move this, I'm going to shorten these straps to the shortest length just so that they stay out of the way during the construction. Okay, just flip the page, check we haven't forgotten anything. Okay, and then we're going to match up our bottom edges, so right sides together, of our front main panel, that's the bit with the magnetic snap near the top, and our back main panel. Just going to match up these bottom edges. Now this is a bit fun to do because you have got the bulk of the straps in there as well, but we're only worrying about the bottom edge at the moment. So just give that a little clip all along. And then we're going to use our regular construction stitch length, and we're going to use our regular seam allowance of 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre, and we're going to sew just the bottom edge at the moment. Okay, don't worry about the sides, just the bottom edge. Lovely. Oh, that looks great. Brilliant. Okay, So now we're going to press this seam allowance open along the bottom there. So let's get my pressing mat back. I wonder if I folded this in half, it would be a bit less unwieldy. Unwieldy? A bit less difficult to handle. Okay. Now, avoid your duckling tape or duct tape if you're using it. We are just going to press open this seam allowance at the bottom as best we can, whilst trying really hard not to catch anything vinyl or tape. If you're using vinyl to sew with or faux leather, then you probably want to masking tape this open. Okay. There we go, that looks lovely and smart. Let's have a look from this side. Let's see if we need to do a little press from this side. No, that looks very, very nice and neat. Okay. See, it is worth ironing it sometimes, isn't it? Not clothes, I agree, unless they absolutely have to be, but sewing, absolutely yes. Right, so I'm going to change back up to my my top stitching stitch length. And I'm going to top stitch either side of this seam here. So I'm going to sew an 1/8 of an inch on this side and an 1/8 of an inch on this side. That's 3mm and 3mm if you're in metric, okay? You will need to sort of roll or fold your panels to get them in under your machine. And there we go. You don't need to back stitch at the start and the end because this is just decorative top stitch. Well, it's sort of semi-decorative, I suppose. It's holding the seam allowances flat. Okay, and then I'm just going to flip it around so we can do the other side of the seam. Make sure that's all like squashed out of the way. Don't worry too much about squashing everything. It will spring back again at the end. Okay, lovely. Right, that's all we need to do on our exterior main panels for the moment. We're going to pop these to one side and prepare the zip for the top, and then we'll come back and carry on with construction. So pop these to one side for the moment. Somewhere you can see is usually my preference because then you get a little bit of a boost looking at what you've done so far. Now, the next thing we need to do on our exterior is to add the zip. So my zip is miles too long. As you can see, I'm using one of the custom dyed Emmeline zips that matches the Mora, even though I'm not using Mora. Right, so I've got a hand needle. Just need to get some thread from my machine. That should be okay. And we're going to work with this zip at whatever length it is. So if yours is length in the pattern, that's great. If yours is longer, then it is easier to work with it the length it is, and then we'll trim it later. Oh, hang on. Not very good at hand sewing. I much prefer machine sewing, so please excuse my incompetence threading a needle. Okay, now what we're going to do is on these top edges here, we're just going to fold the zip tape over so that this bit here across the width folds at an angle, and the top of your tape will meet this side raw edge of your zip. Okay, now it doesn't really matter where you do it as long as they both match. So for mine, I'm just going to go where it falls naturally above the stopper, and then I'm going to add a couple of just a couple of stitches, terrible stitches as well because I'm very bad at hand sewing. I'm just going to add a couple of stitches in the end here just to hold this in place while we're working with it, inserting it into our bag. I'm going to go down one side. And then I'm going to cut it off. And then I'll do exactly the same on the other side. So it doesn't really matter which angle or how far down you get, as long as they match. So on this one, yeah, that matches pretty well. So I've just folded it and then compared it to the other side, and that's fine. I'll turn this one over so you can see what it looks like on the back. So you can just see the fold of the zipper tape just there. And then I can add a few stitches to this one just to hold it in place. And I'm going to go all the way up just so that it is nice and secure until I come to sew it. Okay, now this is quite a nice easy zip closure because there's no zip bridge or extra bits of fabric to deal with. Just popping it straight into the bag. It's quite small, unobtrusive. Once it's in, it won't get in the way. And sometimes it's nice just to have that zip closure without it being the main feature or the main focus of the bag, isn't it? Right, so what we're going to do is retrieve our exterior. So that's the exterior main panels sewn together. And then we're going to make some marks. We are going to, oh, hang on, let me just say, if you're using continuous zip that you've cut the end off, just sew across the bottom there to stop the zip pull coming off. I'm just going to leave mine long while I've still got the stopper on there, and then I'll trim it down later. Right, what we're going to do is I'm going to fold this and hope that I don't lose it off the edge of my desk, which is what I usually do. I might put my hole punch there just to keep it in place. I don't know if that's heavy enough. There we go. Right, so we're going to make some marks in from the side. So I'm going to do 2.5 inches in, or 6.4 centimeters, and that's going to tell us where we're lining up our zip tape. I haven't got a 3 on this one. It does confuse me. I might have to use my it's very confusing, I can't read it. Okay, so 2.5 inches in from the side, or 6.4 centimeters, and I'm marking right on that very top edge there. And because I like to add a bit of peril, I will add a pin as well, and then mark the same on the other side. So we're just marking it in the very, very top edge seam allowance. Okay, so we're not going all the way to the end on the zip. Oh, lovely, that looks nice and neat. Okay, so now what we're going to do is add a bit of double-sided tape between these two marks, or if you've got a glue pen, you can use a glue pen instead. I've just rediscovered my glue pen after years of forgetting that it exists, and honestly it's a revolution. I can see now why I used to use it. I guess it'd be the same with tape. If I stopped using tape and then went back to it, I'd remember how good it was. Right, so I'm just adding the tape in between the two lines. This is a lot easier if you're doing it with it facing you, but I haven't really got a big enough workspace here for me to do that comfortably, so I've turned it round, and hopefully then it will look to you how yours will look to you as well. It might be a little bit easier. Right, so now we're going to pop the zip on. Now there are instructions on here of taking note which way you'd like the open end of the zip on the finished bag. So if you want your zip to open from left to right with the bag facing you, then place the open end on the left of the front main exterior panel. And that's really confusing for me because I've got this around the other way. Let me turn my instructions the other way. There we go. Now we're going to do this right side facing. So turn your zip upside down. And then we're going to line up this folded over end with that first mark, or that first pin if you've pinned it. And I'm going to press it down. So I'm matching the raw edge of the zip with the top raw edge of the main panel. And because my zip is so long, I can just open it up all the way. I'm going to add a few clips on there just to hold it in place for a moment because my tape is not super sticky at the moment. It's just so damp here that it just doesn't stay very sticky unless I put in a plastic bag, and I quite often forget to put it in a plastic bag. Right, so now we are going to sew it, well, baste it really, between those two marks. Okay, so we're going to use a 1/8 of an inch or 3mm seam allowance, and we're only basting between the two marks there. I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end. I'm just going to add a little mark there where the second end is so that I remember to stop. So change up to my construction stitch length. Take these bits off without losing my panel, hopefully. Ooh, come on, back up. Okay. So I'm going to pop this under my presser foot, and we're going to back stitch at the start and the end. I'm going to start on my needle down so that if I need to adjust my hands, I can. This is quite a small seam allowance, I know, but trust me, because you'll need that extra clearance later. So if I'm going to start talking to myself at all, it will be telling myself not to let that fall off the end of the table. Right, I did do a video once where my whole exterior just flopped right off the table. Had to stop and go and pick it up, come back and film again. So I'm trying really hard not to do that today. Right, so that should be nicely basted into place between the two marks. You've got back stitching at the start and the end. That looks lovely with this colour fabric, so that's great. And then we're going to do exactly the same on the other side of the main panel, the one with the flap on. So let's make our marks the same as we did before. So 2.5 inches or 6.4 centimetres in from the edge. And on that side as well. So this feels funny to be putting a zip in when we haven't actually sewn the sides of the bag yet, but it will make sense later. Oh dear, I've just dropped a pin. Right, I'll have to get that later. Okay. That's a good thing about a wooden floor, isn't it? You can hear a pin drop, but it's no good if you can't then nip and get. Oh, in fact, it wasn't a whole pin, it was just the end of a pin, just the bobbly end. Right, take that off and let me just put that in my sharps bin. Hold on a second, sorry for the interruption. Just pop it in my sharps bin so that I know that it's definitely safe and out of the way in case anybody comes around who's got little fingers. Okay, so we're doing exactly the same again. We're just popping some tape in between those two marks there. I think it's end of school time because I can hear some high spirits outside on the street, so I apologise if you can hear that. Everybody's excited to get out of school after their day of learning, I expect. Right, there we go. Take the backing paper off. Now we're going to use the other side of the zip. Now it doesn't really matter if it's twisted at this point, as long as you have got a little bit extra, because you can always trim it and untwist it, but I do prefer to make sure that when I'm putting it in, it's not twisted. Okay, so move that out of the way. So however your zip is on that side, make sure that this is nice and straight and flat and not twisted. And then we're going to match up the end with that mark, the same as we did on the first side, and then just smush down on the top edge here between those two marks up to there. I'm just going to add a little mark so that I remember where to stop, because that did work before, and I'm going to add a couple of clips just to keep it in place. So we're going to use the same seam allowance on this one, back stitching at the start and the end. So everything's exactly the same. We're just starting from the other side this time. Back stitched at the start and the end of that one again. Okay, just double check that's all secure. Yep, lovely. Okay, right, so that's our zip put in. Let's see where we're going next. Okay, now if you have got the right length zip, then now you're going to add the zip end. I'm going to leave my zip ends actually until I'm finished at the end, and then I can see how much extra zip tape I want to keep on. But you can trim yours now and add a zip end, no problem at all. I'm not going to. Okay. Right, what we need to do now is snap up these snaps on the sides. So posh, don't know what posh is, push or pop the zip tape in there, nice and secure. Take these extra pins out before I catch myself on those again. Okay, so I've snapped those two together, and now we can match up the sides of these main panels. So however you need to. Now actually I'm going to flip my flap up as best I can between those two sets of snaps. Make sure your zip is still out of the way at this point. I'm going to pull mine out of the way there. Oh dear, I'm making a right meal of this, sorry. Right, and then snap it up. But then you can make sure that this back panel where you've got that hidden pocket, you can make sure that it's still nice and flat along the side edge. So I'm just going to clip down the side. All the way down, just matching this up as best you can. To the bottom corner cutout. Now don't worry if your tops and your bottoms don't quite match, if they're slightly off. Actually it doesn't matter, as long as those snaps are nicely aligned. That's the main thing at this point. So we'll add some clips to this second side along here. Okay, right, what we're going to do is we're going to sew from the top to the bottom, or bottom to the top, doesn't really matter. And we're going to use our regular stitch length and our regular seam allowance. So that's 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre. My trolley's attacking me again. I really do need to take the wheels off my trolley, I think, because every time I do a video it tries to give me a little cuddle and join me. So we're going to start at the top and back stitch, and I'm just following the regular seam allowance. Now you've got a lot of layers going through here, so just take your time and ease it through. Okay, so that's one side. Just trim these threads before I go on to the other side. You can also take a little look at your seam at this point and just double check everything's been caught in that seam allowance there, all of your basting, etc. Okay, then we pop this under, and again back stitch at the start and the end. There we go, all the way to the bottom there. Right, so just double check that my stitching is all okay, that I've caught all of the basting stitching in. There's nothing that shouldn't be showing that is showing. And actually at this point, I'm just going to run my hand down inside, down the seam, and double check that that is all as it should be. Yep, all good, no puckers or anything like that. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to fold the exterior so that the side seams match the bottom seams. So same as we did for the lining, match these side and bottom seams. And I'm going to add a clip. Oh, that's the pocket. What you can do is just pop your hand inside and smooth out these layers inside, so you know that that crease there is nice and smooth with no puckers or ruckles. And the same on this front as well, that side. I just want to make sure that that's a nice neat box there. And then we'll do the same on this corner here. Okay. There's the middle seams. Smooth that side out. Oh, nearly lost my clip there. And smooth this side out as well. Just find that when you're using these stabilizers, sometimes it can sort of ruckle and pinch a bit on these creasy bits here. So I like to just smooth those out from the outside. Right, regular stitch length, regular seam allowance. We're going to back stitch at the start and the end. Now you need to squash your bag however you need to be able to get it through the machine at the right place. Now if you've used a label, just be aware of that as you pop this through the machine. You don't want it to catch on the front plate of your machine there. So I just moved mine out of the way slightly as I was going through the machine. Once you've sewn your corner, then this will pop back into place where it's supposed to be on the bottom corner. I'm very excited about turning this through and seeing the finished bag, I must admit. Okay, and then we'll do the second side. There we go, right. And back stitch at the start and the end, sewing over the whole way. All right, there we go. So before I go any further, I'm just going to double check my boxed corners And you can either feel these, or you can have a little peek, or you can do both. Maybe want to turn it right sides out just to check as well. Yeah, great. Okay, well, we're going to turn the bag right sides out anyway at the moment, just so that we can move on to the next step now. This is a little bit of a test of patience, especially when you've been working all day. You might have tired hands because it's quite hefty to push through the machine, isn't it, all of these layers. So just turn your bag through nice and slowly. Just take your time. Okay, oh gosh, that looks lovely in that boxed corner. I'm going to take my pin out of the bottom connector there before I get caught later on. Oh gosh, that's lovely as well. Take this pin out at the bottom connector. There we go. Oh, I'm very pleased with those boxed corners. I hope you're pleased with your corners as well, if you're sewing along with me. Okay. Oh, I mustn't get too excited because I'm not finished yet, but it is very exciting. I think that looks great so far. Right, stop getting distracted, Samantha. Okay. What we need to do now is the closed end of the zip. That's this bit that should have your metal zip end on. Hang on, what have I done here? It was twisted, of course. So the metal end, the closed end, sorry, that's this end. I can trim this down now, actually. There was no need really to keep it so long. Let's see what it's supposed to be, and then I can tell you if you're using a longer zip as well. Let's work this out for you on screen. So you should have 18-inch zip. So that's 12, that's 11 there, including the extra bit, and 7, so that's 2 there-ish. So on these Emmeline zips, I'm going to cut 7 inches off there, and I'm not going to throw that away actually, because 7 inches is fine for doing a zip pouch or a little purse or something to match. So I'll hang on to that, and I can always add another zip pull later on. Now I'll do the step that I should have done earlier, and I'm just because I don't trust myself not to pull that zip pull off in excitement. I'm just gonna sew across the end here a couple of times just to be sure that we are definitely secure. Okay, so to pop a zip end on here, let's get my zip end out ready. You should have a tiny screw, although I have fitted these in the past just with a good dollop of glue, so if you prefer to just use glue you can. Right, let me magnetise my screwdriver. Okay, and get my zip end out because I want to fit it first before I fit it properly. Just want to make sure that it fits nice and snug before I add my screw. Okay, so from the front, what I'm going to do is fold one side of zip tape to the back so that all I can see on that side is just the teeth, and then on the other side I'm going to fold that in half, that zip tape, and then fold that half round to the back, so that that's one nice neat little parcel behind these zip teeth, so that everything showing is just teeth and the tape is behind there. So you can give that a little test fit. If it fits really nice and snug and you've got your tape even on both sides, then you might as well go ahead and add your screw. If you want to add some glue, then just pull that zip out, add a good little dollop, is that a thing? Good little dollop of glue into the zip end, and then we'll pop it back on and add the screw. There we go, that's absolutely beautiful. I do like a nice metal zip end. And that's that fitted. So that's the bit we should have done earlier, and I didn't because I wanted to work out how much extra zip tape I had. Right, so now this zip tape, have it hanging back down again. Okay, so I'm going to flip mine back over. Where it meets, let's turn it, pull it down here so you can see. So where it meets at the end, we want this to go off at an angle at the top there. So pull the raw edge of the zip down so the raw edge of the zip tape matches the top of the magnetic snap. Okay, so make sure this is nice and flat here. You can add a clip if you want to make sure that's nice and flat, and just pull that down so that's a nice angled curve from that mark to the top of the magnetic snap. Now this is easier to do with it standing up, but obviously you can't see what I'm doing then, so let's just add a pin now, and then I'll lay it down for the other side so you can see what's going on. Okay, this is just temporarily held while we carry on with the rest of the construction. Okay, so on this side here then, I'll add my clip here just for a bit of extra security. Just pulling that zip tape down so that it hits that edge of the snap, and I'll add a pin, and then I'll show you what it looks like. There we go. Okay, so that's how it looks on the end there for the moment. Okay, so both sides the zip tape is flat, running down onto the side seam there. Okay, then with our exterior right sides out, we need to grab hold of our lining, which I put to one side earlier. Here it is, and my lining is wrong sides out. Okay, now you need to determine what you want to be the front and the back of your lining. Okay, so we're going to pop the exterior inside the lining, but you need to decide, are you going to have your laptop sleeve on the front of the bag or the back of the bag, or your zip pocket on the front or the back? So I think now on my other one I had my laptop pocket on the front, so I think I'm going to put it on the back this time just for a bit of variety. And I've got my bottle holder is still pinned there. I think I'm going to leave that pinned. And then I'm going to pop this exterior bag inside the lining bag. And you will have to give it a bit of a squish because the lining is that little bit smaller than the exterior. So push it in there as best you can. Okay, don't worry too much about what's going on inside the bag, as long as everything's in and the straps are down and the flap is down. And then we're going to match up, let's see if I can do this a little bit easier with it standing up. I'm going to match up this side seam first, and on this occasion I am going to use a pin just because I find it holds a little bit better on certain places. Okay, so secured that side seam, we'll turn it round and secure the other side seam. It feels very, very much like this bag or this lining is not big enough. Don't panic too much. If you struggle with your hands, with the strength in your hands, you might want to do this the other way round. So have the lining right side out and pop the lining inside the exterior. Okay. Now where is the center of the bag? I did have it marked and then I took my pins out, didn't I? Right, there's the center on that side. So I can mark that, and that I'm going to match up to my centre on my lining. This bag's a little bit tall for you to see very easily. Do my best to keep it in place. And my foam is a little bit shorter than my exterior. Actually, I am going to, because my foam has come away where I cut it slightly short, I'm going to do it the other way round so that I can be sure that that foam is caught in the top seam, because I don't want a ruckled, bumpy bit of foam in here. And actually, while I'm here, I think I'm just going to try and find those centre marks as well. I'm going to add a pin in there, because that will hold that foam in place. Right, so that's where the centre is on that panel. What about my centre on this panel? How have I managed to do all of this without a centre mark? I might have to go and watch myself back and see if I can talk to myself through the screen and tell myself, don't forget to mark your centres, when I should have at the start. Apologies if you were shouting through the screen at me, knowing this moment would come, and I ignored you. I'm very sorry. Right, let's turn these round then the other way. So I'll turn this one right sides out. It is one more turn to do, so I do prefer to do it with the exterior right sides out, because it's one less turn to do them, but that's okay. If we're doing it this way, I will unpick my turning gap now. Unpicker. Anybody got an unpicker? There we go. I could do with a little organiser for my trolley, and also taking the wheels off would be helpful. Right, so we're going to unpick the entire bottom edge of this zip pocket and then pop them together. That's a nice big turning gap, isn't it, in the bottom of the zip pocket? I say that like I didn't sew it myself, but I did, as you saw. Okay, so we're going all the way across on this one as far as the side seam. Lovely. Okay, so that's right sides out. I'm going to turn this inside out without catching myself on any pins, hopefully. There we go. Lovely. All the way through, nice and gentle. I know it takes a little bit of effort pulling these things through, but you don't want to be pulling it unnecessarily. Lovely. Okay, so now that sits nice and neat where that foam is slightly too short there. I can't remember if I maybe trimmed my basting stitches. Whoops. Right, so now I need to work out again which side is which. So my laptop I'm going to put on the back this time. So pop your lining inside your exterior, right sides together. So I've got my laptop pocket on the same side as my flap and backpack straps, and we will start again on matching up. So I'm just matching up these side seams first. Make sure that lining is nice and flat just around the top area. It doesn't really matter what's going on in here as long as round the top edge it's nice and flat and smooth where you're going to sew. I'll pull that down a little bit because I feel there's a bit of extra fabric there. That's it. And then we'll match the centres of our centre marks that we have done right at the start and helpfully maintained throughout the entire sew. One of these days I will learn and I will be I'll be amazed at my efficiency, I think. And my centre, oh my goodness, don't tell me I'm missing a centre mark on my line. Right, let's fold this in half and find a centre mark. Oh dear. Honestly, and I'm supposed to be a professional, so what hope is there for us? Oh dear. Right, there's the centre mark there. Let's add a little line to that with my pencil. Oh, hello trolley again. Honestly, if you could see behind the scenes this trolley coming to join me. Oh dear. Right, so now we'll match the centre of the lining to the centre of the exterior. Add a pin. Okay, so now I've got my 4 main points marked. I'm just going to work my way round, easing the lining in. Now where I've added a clip, that's where the zip goes off at an angle, so I can just use those same clips. Just make sure that everything's nice and smooth in between the layers there, and work my way round. Just make sure your lining is nicely pulled down inside so that the top edges are matching along there, on that side, and then we'll work on this side. That's got quite a lot of extra bit of fabric there, so I obviously need to give that a little tug down inside, just so that it matches along the top edge. There you go. These should match up perfectly if you've maintained your seam allowances. If you find that they don't, though, just add a little tiny tuck at the side seams, because that will not be noticeable at all. Mine matches fine. Okay, lovely. Right, let's move that pot of pins out of the way. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sew around the top edge, and we're not going to sew with our usual seam allowance. We are going to sew with a 1/4 inch or 6mm seam allowance. Okay, so just take care to maintain that, and that's just to make sure that the teeth on your zip tape have plenty of space to zip and unzip. I don't think it really matters where you start, so I'm just going to start in the middle of a panel. Just double checking all my layers are nice and level. Okay, so I'm lining that up, and I'm going to start with my needle down so that I can adjust my hands if I need to. And you can either back stitch at the start and the end, or overlap a few stitches, doesn't matter. So I'm just going to sew around, I'm going to stand up actually. You can sew around the entire top, trying to maintain that 1/4 inch seam allowance. And as you come to the ends of the zip, you can always do a little bit of extra back stitch in there for a bit of extra security. And just pull the rest of this bag, the bulk of the bag, out of the way, however you need to be able to get it under the foot and for you to see what's going on. Now, I've sewn that bit, so I'm going to take that pin out before it catches me again. That one pin has caught me multiple times already. Okay. Now I'm coming up to where I clipped for the zip tape. So I'm just making sure that that's all still flat under my presser foot, and then I've gone over it. I've lost my clip here where I was a bit too enthusiastic, so I'll pop a clip back on, and I'm coming back now. Now I'm about to cross over where the zip ends at an angle, so back stitch over that little bit. Make sure that what's under your presser foot is nice and flat. Carry on all the way round. Hey, lovely. Right, so I'm just going to double check that I've caught everything. There's no basting stitches the wrong side of the seam. I think that's okay. I've just got a little lightning bolt there where I did my back stitching, and I didn't do it very accurately, so I'll just go over that and smooth that out. There we go, lovely. Okay, now take out any pins. I'm talking to myself here. Take out any pins that are going to catch you. And then we'll have a little feel round inside and double check that that top edge is as it should be before we go any further, because if we want to correct it, now's the time. Okay, that's done. So now we can reach through this turning gap. And be aware that there are still a few pins inside. That feels okay. Just having a little feel around the top. Make sure it's all as it should be. It feels okay to me. So what I'm going to do is turn this through this turning gap. And I'm going to grab the foam in the bottom of the bag, the exterior, and just gently ease that through the turning gap. I say gently as I've got a complete stronghold grip on the bottom of the bag. Gently but firmly. And the more you manage to ease out, the easier this will be. Just gradually ease it all out. Okay, now let me take my pins out, extra pins. I think that might be the only extra pins I've got. I've got a few stray threads hanging out of the top here, so I'm gonna give those a little trim. Well, another little thread. Where do they all come from? I was very good at trimming my threads all through the video, I'm sure. Okay, and then this can go back inside. Forgot to finish pushing it out. There's no space for the lining to go in. There we go. Whew. There we go, and then we can pop the lining in. I don't think I meant to take that pin off of my ribbon clip holder thingy, key holder yet, so I think I might just add that one back in again, because I want that to hang down inside the bag when I'm top stitching. There we go. Right, lovely. Now the next thing I'm going to do is top stitch around the top of my bag. So I'm just going to go and press the top of this bag, and then when I come back we're going to top stitch around the entire top. I'm going to keep our zip tape sticking out nice and proud there. So if you are just gonna, if you're going to go and press yours as well, make sure that the zip tape is sticking out the top when you press it and everything else is down where it should be. Okay, and I'll be back to do the top stitching. Right, so I've pressed around the top of my bag and I've also turned it inside out. You don't need to turn it inside out if you haven't got a flatbed machine. So I've got a flatbed machine, so for me to top stitch on the exterior fabric, I need to sew inside the bag. So I've turned my bag inside out. If you've got a free arm, then you can imagine that this is your exterior fabric and you can just pop it over and top stitch. Okay, but if you've got a free arm, you probably will want to turn it inside out like I have done. So I'm going to pop my stitch length up to my top stitching stitch length, and then we're going to top stitch on the exterior fabric, and we're going to sew 1/8 of an inch or 3mm away from that seam at the top there underneath the zip. Now you can start wherever you like really. I'm going to start around about here-ish where my zip tail is, because I don't think it's going to be quite so noticeable once I've finished, if I like where I'm starting and stopping. The other thing is I've added a pin into my ribbon, my key strap holder ribbon thingy, just to make sure that that's hanging straight down, because you want that to be caught in your stitching. You don't want your zip to be caught in the stitching, and everything else should be well out of the way. Okay, so sewing at 1/8 of an inch or 3mm from the top edge of my fabric, and let's pop this under. As I said, if you've got a free arm, then you will be sewing on the outside of the bag rather than on the inside. So I'm going to start with my needle down just in case I need to move my hands, and just take your time. We're going to sew around the entire top back to where we started. Just move this bag out of the way however you need to. Just slowly and surely work your way around the top. Make sure that all the layers going onto that presser foot are completely flat, no puckers. I've just overlapped a couple of stitches there with my back stitching. I haven't done loads of back stitching. I'm going to leave these thread tails long, and I'm going to pull those through. So I'm going to pull on my bobbin thread to pull those top threads through to the back, in the hope that it's a little bit less noticeable. Okay, there's one, the other. See if I can pull this one through as well. I might need to get one of the pins from the front. I've lost which one I'm trying to pull through now, which is always helpful. Is it that one? Yes, I think it was. There we go. Right, there we go. So all 4 threads are on the back. Just going to tie that off in a little knot. I'm just tying it twice. You can add a dab of fray check as well if you would like, and then trim those threads off. Now before I go any further, I'm going to take all of these pins out before they catch me unawares. Okay. And then for me, I'll need to turn my bag right sides out again. If you've got a free arm and you didn't turn it inside out anyway, you're okay, you've skipped this step. So that's good. Of course, it will need an extra press at the end now because I've turned it through so many times. That's okay. I think a little press at the end is what makes it nice and neat, really. Oh, and my pin holding my key clip. Okay. I can't feel any others, so I can pop my pins to one side for the minute. We'll turn this through. We're very, very, very nearly done now. Not quite, but very nearly. We're on the home straight, definitely. So I hope you've got a fun day out planned for your new bag. I think I might take mine to the beach, maybe. Take some photos. I mean, enjoy the beach. Really, it's just an excuse to take my new bag for a spin. That's okay. Right, so just push all of my corners out on the bottom there. So I'm reaching through the turning gap and pushing those out. Okay, great. And now I want my bag base, and I'm using mesh for mine, and I want my feet. Okay. So you should have 4 feet and some bag base. I'm using mesh because then I haven't had to punch extra holes in the mesh. I can just poke it through the holes in the mesh. So I'm going to pop my mesh in through this zip pocket. It's still got the turning gap open. And I just want to make sure that that gets right to the bottom of my bag and sort of smooth it out to make sure that it's in place exactly where the corners are. You will need to pull your lining up out of the way for that bit. That should fit in there nicely. There we go. I just wanted to make sure it was centered. I can't find my turning gap now. There we go. Wanted to make sure it was nice and centered. Okay. So that feels good on the bottom. So now I need to try and find my holes that I punched earlier, and I'm going to pop my feet through and through the mesh base inside. So I've still got one hand inside, and then open out those prongs. So push each foot through, hold it in place while you open out the prongs on the inside. Oh, it's easier said than done sometimes when you've got a hand inside a turning gap, isn't it? And the best thing for these is actually a spoon. Would you believe it? Right, so I might take some of the strain out of fitting these last 2 feet and actually use my spoon. So I'm just going to pop that rounded end in and use that to separate the two prongs, and then you just bend them down using the back of the spoon, which is really easy to show you on video, as you can tell. Wonder, actually maybe I could show you like this. So I've got the foot inside through my mesh, and I just pop my spoon in and catch hold of that slightly longer layer and pull it out slightly, and then that helps me open them both out through the mesh just to hold it in place. Is that the hole there? Yeah. Well, that was much easier because I've already pre-opened it with my spoon. That's good. Right, there's my feet through my bottom. That looks great. It's a shame that nobody's ever actually really going to see that, because my corners are nicely matched up, my top stitching is nice, and my feet are in place. I guess it's a good job that I'm doing a video, I suppose. Right, so now I'm going to pop 4 pieces of duct tape in, 1 on each foot, just to keep those prongs in place. Stop them from going anywhere. And of course I will know then that I've got a nice pretty bit of tape extra bit of tape in my bag. You can pull the lining out really however you need to be able to get access to those prongs on the back of the feet. Okay, that's the second one. Don't be afraid of telling this bag who's boss, because it'll all press out in the end anyway. Okay, there's 3. It's like a little treasure hunt, going inside looking for the prongs. So we're quite close now. Just need to close the turning gap, and then if you're using that optional metal edge trim for the flap, then we'll add that as the final step. Well, maybe admire it as the final step. Okay, right, so all of my feet are in, they are all secure, they're all taped, extra layer of security. We can close this turning gap now, so pop your lining back in all the way and pull your zip pocket out. Now in theory you should have a nice little line of stitch holes to follow from where we pulled those stitches out previously, and I just like to fold along those stitch holes, just give it a little finger press all the way along, and the same on the other side as well. I can see the holes really well on the back actually. Shame I'm not working on the back. Oh dear, it's been a long day. Right, I'm just going along. You can use your iron for this obviously. Just finger pressing really along that line of stitch holes, and when we get to the corner you're just going to need to fold that under. I'm going to try and open my seam allowance on the corner and fold that under just to reduce the bulk in that little corner there. And give that a little fold and then a clip right in the corner. You can hand sew this, which does give a much neater finish, so you can do a ladder stitch by hand. However, as we've previously discussed, I'm really not a fan of hand sewing, so I am going to close mine with a very close top stitching on my machine. So I'm going to go a scant 1/8 of a mil, 1/8 of an inch, sorry, not 1/8 of a mil, that would be tiny, which is, because I was thinking of the comparison, so a scant 1/8 of an inch is around about 2 mil. So I was thinking in my head what the millimetres would be, and I said millimetres instead of inch. So, sorry for that confusion. So a scant 1/8 of an inch, or approximately 2 millimetres ish, or as close as you can go and still feel comfortable that you're going to be on your fabric. Or you can hand sew it, which will give you the neater finish, admittedly, but it's a little bit more labour intensive. Right, lovely. Okay, so let's pop that under the machine. Oh, I've got a little stray thread there. Let's get that out before we get going. So I'm going to back stitch at the start and the end of this stitching, because I don't want to lose anything inside the lining layers. Although on most of my sample bags I always forget to close the turning gap, and it's become a bit of a joke that if I gift a bag to anybody, then I have to ask somebody else to check I've closed the turning gap first, because I oftentimes haven't and don't notice. So if I've ever made a bag for you, please do check that I've closed the turning gap before you use that zip pocket. Right, so that's sewn. Let me just check I've caught everything in the layers. Yeah, that's great. Now normally I sort of sew a little bit in so the turning gap isn't quite so big and you've got these corners, but because the bag is so big I wanted to leave the whole whole turning gap open. Right, we'll pop the zip pocket back inside and zip that up. Give that a nice smoosh down, nice flatten out. I will come along later and give this a nice final press as well. But just for the minute, just so that everything's in where it should be. Nice little catch, okay. Lovely. Right, so if you are not using the metal edge trim, then all you need to do is zip up your bag, or you could clip it first, I suppose. Clip up the sides of your bag. What I like to do is when I clip it, I like to then just fold in this edge just very, very gently, just so that it sort of softens the shape slightly. I just fold that in slightly like that, and then on the other side, snap the side, tuck that side edge in, zip up the bag, pop your flap over, bit of extra security there, and then that's your bag done if you're not using the edge trim. So that's the front. Got our little label down there in the corner. I really like that. I think that looks great. Side view, you've got your bottom connectors, they look very professional. And then the back view, we've got our backpack straps and our short handle all sort of on one tab, one strap sort of mechanism tab. You can leave this tail hanging out, or you can tuck it in down the side. Let's tuck it in. I'm just going to pop that in down there in that little gap, and then I can snap that up again and then pop the flap over. So that's it if you are not using the metal edge trim. If you are using the metal edge trim, then you want to retrieve that now and get your screwdrivers or your screwdriver. Now in my patterns, if you ever see where I'm using a screwdriver, I'll always show the colour of my screwdriver. So that's so that when I come back to make it again, I know which screwdriver to use, which one fits the screws that I'm using. So on this one, it's the green one. So thank you past me for helping current me. Right, let's take a seat for this one. If you've got a soft surface to work on, then I would recommend you swap over to a soft surface. I'm going to pop my wool mat down, just prevent any risk of scratching on my hardware. Let's magnetise this again. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it. I just kind of rub it on there a bit randomly. Okay, and we'll need some tiny screws. So it takes 4 screws, and you get given more than 4 screws if you buy an Emmeline one. So I know that I've got a couple spare. See if I can attach those to my magnet. So there we go. And I know they're nice and safe. Now you can take the plastic off at this point. I'm going to, just because I'm doing the video. If I was doing one for myself, and in fact in my step photos, as you'll see, I tend to leave the plastic on because it just minimises the risk of those scratches. So I tend to peel the back off and leave the front on, but you can take it all off at this point if you want to. Right, so slot that onto your flap, and you'll notice that it does have a bit of range of movement there. So make sure that that point is nicely centered over your magnetic snap. Okay, now if you want to, you can add a good little dollop of glue to this before you attach the screws, just to make sure that that's not moving anywhere. Now I never have, but I am very gentle on my bags because I just treat them very preciously. So if you're a little bit rougher on your bags, you maybe want to add a bit of glue. So I'm just going to add one screw, and I'm not screwing it in all the way, just to add in one screw on the end there, and then one screw on the opposite end, and again not screwing it in all the way. And then I'm going to add on the opposite side again this screw, and I'm not screwing it in all the way, most of the way, not all of the way. And then I'm going to add the final screw. Oh, I thought somebody had taken away the screwdriver hole. I just had it upside down. It's always a simple solution, isn't it? So this final screw I'm going to screw all the way, and then I'm going to work backwards on my screws and tighten that one, and then go back to the second one and tighten that one, and then go back to the first one and tighten that one as well. Okay. Oh my goodness, it looks amazing. I love it. I love it a lot. Right, I've got 2 spare screws there, so I'll add those to my spare screws pot in a little minute. But for now, my bag is done, whether I'm adding a edge trim or not, because I have added my edge trim now. So that's my bag completely finished. I absolutely love my bag, and I hope you love your new bag as well. If you've joined me to sew along, I'd love to see what you make. Please share it with me at Sewing Patterns by Mrs H or www.mrs-h.com, and I would love to see your makes. Please do feel free to share with me what you made or what fabrics you're going to use. If you've got any questions or any queries, give us a shout. That's the back view for you. I'm sorry for using an optical illusion fabric. I will try to plan that a little bit better next time. I just thought the fabric looked really nice, but seeing it on screen now, I have a few concerns. Thank you very much for your patience with me, and thank you for joining me, and I really hope you enjoy this pattern. Happy sewing!